address the urgent motions to seal over the weekend, and in due course, we'll deal with all of the others. Okay. That's what I had on my list that needed to be dealt with in short order. So why don't you go ahead, Ms. Force, and do your sound check, and then we can get started.
Please sit up while you're doing that.
We'll post it on the docket. Hang on.
Looks like it's working.
No. The media volume. Are you open?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor, and may it please the Court, Catherine Forrest for Epic Games. The evidence will show that Apple crafted its iPhone to be a pinnacle of design, housing an equally carefully designed ecosystem. The evidence will also show that at the heart of the ecosystem is a business model that plays out in homes across the world. Consumers using Apple's Mac computers or Windows PC can download apps from developers of their own choosing through whatever means they prefer, without anyone paying anything to the owner of the operating system for the initial download of an app or for in-app purchases made later on. But when they pick up their iPhone, users enter a different world, one in which they are locked into a closed platform where they may only download apps from Apple, and each and every time they make an in-app purchase for use in the app, a 30% tax is imposed. The evidence will show that smartphones, such as the iPhone, are essential to our lives. It is time, indeed past time, to open the iOS platform to innovation, choice, and lower prices. The market will not self-correct. It requires the intervention of a force more powerful than even the largest company in the world has ever seen, our justice system. Epic is not suing for damages. Epic is not suing for a special deal. Epic is suing for change. As Epic has said repeatedly to Apple, it is suing for change not just for itself, but for all developers. The evidence will show that Apple's conduct has resulted in the monopolization of two markets: the iOS app distribution market by blocking the distribution of iOS apps outside the App Store, and the iOS in-app payment solutions market by mandating use of Apple's IAP for digital goods. Apple has engaged in separate monopolistic conduct in each market that has led to specific anti-competitive effects in the form of higher prices, reduced innovation, less choice, and reduced customer service offerings. The evidence will show that Apple acquired its monopoly positions by building up the very walled garden that it refers to in its findings of fact as the secret to its various pro-competitive successes, and maintaining it with a series of business decisions and policies. Another name for the walled garden is the iOS ecosystem, an ecosystem that the evidence will show locks in consumers and developers through a series of dependencies and restrictions that prevent switching to competitive alternatives. Consumers are locked in by switching costs, and developers lured in with the promise of a simple business proposition. Developers would use their skills to innovate and make the iOS ecosystem attractive to users, and Apple would give essentially all app revenues to developers, keeping for itself only what it needed to cover the operation of the App Store. And Apple would monetize the ecosystem by selling iPhones. If Apple reneged and developers learned the truth too late, Apple's promise that there's an app for that attracted millions of users to its ecosystem, and network effects made Apple's user base into an essential must-have once developers' businesses became dependent on reaching them. The evidence will show that shortly after Apple succeeded in building its walled garden and luring enough developers and users in, a tipping point occurred, and users and developers alike became trapped inside. The garden gate was closed, the lock turned. Network effects and consumer switching costs created the lock, and by imposing on developers technical and ever more onerous contractual restrictions, Apple threw away the key. As all stories do, this story has a beginning. And it begins when Apple developed what, in its own words, it called the plan. The evidence will show that this reference to the plan was at a time when Apple released tools to allow third-party developers to write apps, but intentionally withheld them the freedom to distribute them. Apple's plan was to lock users in and prevent switching away from the iOS ecosystem. The court will see documents and hear testimony from Apple personnel who developed and implemented the plan. You will hear from Epic witnesses, including Tim Sweeney, Epic's CEO, Andrew Grant, Epic's engineering fellow, Matt Weisinger, Epic's vice president of marketing, Thomas Coe, Epic's senior director, head of online business strategy and operations, and Steve Allison, vice president and general manager of the Epic Game Store. They represent a company that finally said enough to Apple's monopolistic conduct and have dedicated the enormous resources necessary to take on a fight with the largest company in the world. Epic dubbed the extraordinary process of taking on literally the world's largest company, Project Liberty. The evidence will show that Epic stands behind the decisions it made every step of the way. Epic is far from the only unhappy Apple developer and distributor. Multiple others, just like Epic, recognize Apple's conduct in iOS app distribution and in-app payment solutions is anti-competitive. The court has already read the testimony from Match and will hear testimony from several third parties, including Down Dog's Ben Simon, NVIDIA's Ashish Patel, and Microsoft's Lori Wright, who will speak to their experiences dealing with Apple's app distribution policies and practices. How did Apple implement its plan? Carefully and methodically, brick by brick. The documents and testimony will show that early on in the history of iOS and the App Store, Apple understood what it needed to do to lock users in and prevent switching. Let's now look at some of the evidence the court will see showing the construction of the walled garden. Let's start with an exhibit that dates back to 2008 in which Steve Jobs tells a high-level Apple engineering executive, Scott Forstall, that Apple should use the license agreement to build in restrictions that would require use of an Apple app in order to avoid a competitor. In the next exhibit from 2010, we see Phil Schiller, one of Apple's top executives, and here in the courtroom today, suggesting to Steve Jobs and others at Apple that it would, quote, be smart to build the App Store as far into the OS as possible in order to, quote, push Apple's advantage. In this next exhibit, another one of Apple's top executives writes to Tim Cook, Apple's current CEO, and Phil Schiller, describing how to, quote, hook, end quote, users into the Apple ecosystem. Right after discussing how to hook users into the ecosystem, he states that, quote, the more people use our stores, the more likely they are to buy additional Apple products, end quote. And he ends by setting out part of their lock-in formula. In his words, quote, who leaves Apple products once they bought apps, music, movies, etc. In this next exhibit, we see Phil Schiller now writing to both Eddie Q and copying Tim Cook, acknowledging that, in his words, quote, life is better when you have many of our devices, Mac, iPad, iPhone, etc., all working together with the apps and iCloud ecosystem, end quote. This group understood what it took to build the ecosystem. In this next exhibit, Eddie Q writes to the Apple executives that they should let him know if, in his words, quote, you need any data to make the case for the ecosystem, end quote. This was an executive proselytizing to the ecosystem. In this next exhibit, one of Apple's highest engineers, Craig Federighi, asks Eddie Q, copying Phil Schiller and Tim Cook, how, in his words, we would make switching to iMessage from WhatsApp compelling to masses of Android users who don't have a bunch of iOS friends, end quote. This is the engineer asking for essentially business advice from some of Apple's highest executives. Mr. Federighi continues that he is, quote, concerned that iMessage on Android would simply serve to remove an obstacle to iPhone families giving their kids Android phones, end quote. This exhibit is part of the evidence showing caucusing on how to use an app, iMessage, to create and keep ecosystem lock-in. In this next exhibit, executives, including Phil Schiller, Tim Cook, and Eddie Q, openly discuss a statement from a third party that iMessage is the #1 most difficult app to leave, and that iMessage creates serious lock-in. One Apple executive acknowledges, quote, we hear this a lot, end quote. And Schiller tells Cook that he thinks moving iMessage to Android will hurt Apple more than it helps them, and that this email from the third party illustrates why. In this next exhibit, we see Steve Jobs setting up a strategy that created the lock-in. He said that Apple was further along than Google or Microsoft in creating lock-in, and that Apple would, quote, tie all of our products together so we further lock customers into our ecosystem. In this next exhibit, the same top engineer we have already seen so involved in creating the walled garden, Craig Federighi, discusses adding features that, in his words, quote, make our platform more sticky. And in this last exhibit that I will show during this opening on the construction of the walled garden, we see two Apple executives copying Tim Cook on a message in which they plainly acknowledge that, in their words, quote, given the sheer size and stickiness effect on the ecosystem, end quote, AirPods, a new Apple product, will now play a role. At the core of the walled garden is the iPhone's operating system called iOS. Now, to be clear, the garden could have had a door. There was no reason that it needed to be closed. It was artificially walled in. The evidence will show that when the iPhone launched, Apple already had an open OS that was secure and safe, Mac OS. But Mac OS is not a walled garden. It allows consumers to download apps from websites securely. Apple even improved on the inherent safety of Mac OS by introducing in iOS strict sandboxing of apps, a feature that keeps each app in its own sandbox. So a rogue app can't invade the OS or interact with other apps. Apple's plan took the existing Mac OS and used it as the technical base for iOS. But Apple then significantly restricted the open capabilities of Mac OS and also imposed contractual restrictions, adding bricks to its iOS walled garden and transforming the more open Mac OS environment into a closed iOS ecosystem that Apple completely controlled. The evidence from the technical experts and witnesses will show that Mac OS and iOS are technically similar, and there are no technical reasons that Mac OS's open distribution model cannot be used in iOS. Apple's former senior vice president of iOS, Scott Forstall, concedes that iOS comes from Mac OS, referring to the core of what makes out that the wall served some higher purpose, something more than profitability. And so Apple's security justification was born. The evidence will show that just as with its sibling, Mac OS, security resides at the operating system level for iOS, not at the level of the App Store. Ignoring the fact that Apple has repeatedly referred to the open distribution Mac OS environment as a safe environment, Apple told the world that only its absolute control over the App Store and in-app purchasing could keep iOS users safe. Let's take a look at the words of Apple's own personnel discussing their belief in Mac OS security. Referring to the Mac OS, one Apple document states, quote, "These security controls provide a stable, secure platform for apps," end quote. And that third-party developers were able to deliver hundreds of thousands of apps, quote, all without impacting system integrity, end quote. Exhibits of Apple literature shown here state that apps from the Mac App Store can be downloaded, quote, worry-free, end quote. And that Mac hardware and software are designed to, quote, run apps more securely, end quote. Finally, Apple's Ron Nakamoto, the Vice President of Developer Relations, testified that he did not think it was unsafe or unsecure to use a Mac. You've already seen in the 4 hours of deposition testimony that we previously gave to Your Honor, Apple's own Ron Nakamoto, who had been at Apple in charge of working with both Mac and iOS developers for 2 decades, but he had never heard anyone at Apple say that Mac OS is a less secure platform than iOS. This statement is unsurprising because the evidence will show that the majority of the security features for Mac OS reside at the operating system level. And since both iOS and Mac OS share the same core design, they are both designed to protect consumers in similar ways. In fact, Mac OS has several security mechanisms that could be implemented in iOS to provide further protection. Apple's control over the App Store and in-app purchasing simply does not materially add consumer protection despite the 30% tax that Apple extracts for these services. Our expert will testify that the security protections in Mac OS are all replicable in iOS. You can see here on this demonstrative that Apple's Craig Federighi testified that all the security mechanisms currently in macOS could be replicated in iOS. But Apple did change some things with iOS. Apple needed to convince developers to come in behind the wall and to stay there. It knew that the secret to selling more iPhones was to have a robust set of apps that would make the iPhone ever more attractive, ever more essential to a user's life. Here is an exhibit in which Steve Jobs makes precisely this point. He said, quote, "Our purpose in the App Store is to add value to the iPhone, and that free apps do that just as well as paid apps, and quote, we love free apps." Apple made the early developers a bargain. Make apps for iOS, and we won't make oodles of money off you, just enough to run the App Store, and we will give back the rest. Let's turn to two exhibits in which Steve Jobs himself tells developers about this bargain. In the first of these, Steve Jobs tells developers, quote, "We don't intend to make money off the App Store." In this next exhibit, Steve Jobs tells a reporter that Apple does not expect that the App Store will be a big profit generator, but that it will add value to the iPhone. The iPhone had already attracted extraordinary consumer interest, so developers had a choice. Invest in iOS by entering into non-negotiable, take it or leave it agreements with Apple, or forego everyone behind the iOS wall. Here we see the sworn testimony of Ron Okamoto that Apple does not negotiate the terms of its agreements with developers. The choice seemed easy at first. Developers flocked to iOS and made an extraordinary array of fun, creative, and useful apps. The indirect network effect, that virtuous cycle between users and app developers began. Users wanted the developers' apps. The developers wanted the users. And of course, Apple sold more iPhones. As it turned out, because iPhones are expensive, they typically attract more affluent consumers. iOS users spend more than other mobile platform users and present developers with an opportunity to make a return that can support yet more innovation. Developers use different business methods to make money from their apps. A large number gave their apps away for free. Some charged for their apps and some offered in-app purchases. But all of them were useful to Apple. All built up the application inventory that Steve Jobs had said would help sell iPhones. We've talked about the evidence that will show the construction of the walled garden around app distribution, and now I want to turn to the portion of the garden devoted to in-app purchasing. At first, when the App Store was launched in 2008, Apple did not require a particular payment processing solution. It obtained value from the sheer number of apps entering the store. More apps meant more reasons to buy an iPhone. But an opportunity to make even more money in the App Store became clear. Apple personnel recognized that developers could enable in-app purchasing opportunities, and Apple wanted a piece. Here is one exhibit that comes on two slides that demonstrates that Apple recognized that app developers were making in-app purchasing opportunities available, called them a leak, and suggested making sure that Apple's terms were adjusted to get a piece of them. On the first page, we see that Apple recognizes that there are now game levels being sold, many for a fee. And on the next page, we see Apple identifying this extra way that app developers were making money as leakage in the system, and that if this was happening, Apple should make sure its licensing terms don't allow it. In-app purchasing, or IAP, was born, closely followed by one of the contractual restrictions at issue in this lawsuit, the requirement that app developers use IAP for sales of digital goods. On this next slide, we see the contractual provision that comes into existence. The evidence will show that Apple understood that if IAP were optional, no one would use it. Matt Fisher, head of the App Store, acknowledges this very fact in this exhibit. Apple saw developer resistance to IAP, so it again turned to the security excuse to justify requiring all app developers to use IAP. And again, the evidence shows this justification simply does not fit the facts. The evidence will show that Apple has never done a study that shows that IAP is safer than any other payment processing solutions, including Epic's own payment solution. Over the years, Apple has rejected thousands of apps that included competing payment processing solutions and has no idea if any of them presented any security issues at all. Let's hear from Apple's own head of the App Store, Matt Fisher, on this topic, first with regard to third-party payment systems generally.
Are you aware of any studies that Apple has ever done that look at whether or not there are any security issues if any game company was to offer an alternative payment processing method other than IAP for those digital goods?
I don't recall seeing a study like what you're describing.
And next, we'll hear from Matt, Mr. Fisher, with regard to Epic's direct payment system specifically.
Are you familiar with any study that Apple has done or work that Apple has done to determine whether Epic's alternative payment processing system had any security issues?
No, I'm not familiar with any study that was done regarding the Epic payment system.
The evidence will show that Apple picked and chose which apps needed to have its proprietary purchasing solution and which could implement an alternative solution. Apps that sold digital goods consumed within the app required IAP. Apps that sold physical goods did not. Apps that sold subscriptions did, but apps that sold certain personal experiences did not. The security risks associated with purchasing were no different. The Apple business choice was. The testimony will show that Apple performed not a single study that compared the security of its solution to any other, yet justified IAP as necessary to protect the consumer. Security had nothing to do with it. Once Apple began to require the implementation of IAP in 2009, it needed to decide how much to charge. Its choice of 30% was unattached to the cost of the tools, services, and support that it gives developers. The court has already seen in the 4 hours of deposition testimony that we've already provided, Mr. Q states that he and Steve Jobs primarily decided the commission level and that he cannot recall costs playing a specific role in that decision. Apple's Director of Business Management of the App Store, Carson Oliver, confirms this. In response to a question about whether he can recall any discussion about costs in connection with setting the commission structure, he says he does not. And you will hear that when the decision was made in 2011 to add on more commissions to charge users who subscribe to apps, the level 30% was simply maintained. Make no mistake about it, the evidence will show that this change for subscription was a price increase to developers. Apple's repeated statement that it has never increased its prices is false. Prior to 2009, developers did not have to pay Apple anything for in-app purchases, and after 2009, they did. Prior to 2011, they did not have to pay 30% for subscriptions. After 2011, they did. And not only for the first in-app purchase, for the first subscription sign-up, but for each and every in-app purchase and subscription renewal thereafter in perpetuity. Again, no study of cost was ever done in setting the commission. In this case, Apple asserts that its 30% commission rate is just industry standard. But the evidence that the court will hear from third parties, documents, and witnesses will demonstrate otherwise. Among other reasons, unlike Apple, other platform owners engage in negotiation. After years of back and forth from developers on Apple's new subscription commission complaining that there was no basis for Apple to take additional commissions on subscription renewals year after year, Apple cut the level for renewals to 15% in year 2. Not 10%, not 8%, not 5%, not 0. Apple's choice was based on policy and had nothing to do with costs or security. There's a name for businesses that set prices without regard to costs, monopolists. What happens next? Did the plan succeed? It did. The evidence will show that the plan succeeded beyond anyone's wildest expectations. In 2008, Steve Jobs knew that the App Store had succeeded beyond anything Apple had contemplated. As he said, its growth was, quote, off the charts. By 2009, one of Apple's highest level executives, Eddie Q, acknowledged that the App Store was already profitable. As Mr. Q states in this exhibit, quote, "We are definitely making money," end quote. The evidence will show in 2011, one of Apple's other highest level executives mused on whether the 30% would last forever. Would it last beyond when Apple started to make $1 billion a year from the App Store? But remember the deal that Steve Jobs had told developers about in 2008, that Apple did not intend to make money? When it did, not only did Apple not stop charging the 30%, but it started to add more ways to charge developers. As I've said, in 2009, it added IAP. In 2011, it began to charge for subscriptions. In 2016, it began to charge developers for App Store search advertising placement. Apple even charges developers who need to call for technical help more than twice a year, collecting $99 for each additional incident. Apple made money, lots of it. But unlike in 2009, when Eddie Q was able to quickly respond to an email as to whether the App Store was profitable, the evidence will show that Apple started to tell the world and has repeated throughout this case and to members of Congress that it doesn't know what the App Store's rate of return is because it does not keep the right kind of records. The evidence will show that this is not true. We have documents, long, detailed PowerPoints prepared for Apple's senior executive team that lay out the profitability of the App Store. These are regular presentations given multiple years in a row. We also have App Store profitability analyses produced to us on the very last day of fact discovery from Tim Cook's files, and this was after he had already been deposed. We know from these documents that the App Store has been making a lot of money for many years. Eventually, we discovered Apple's own calculations of App Store profit margins, nearly 75% in 2018 and 77.8% in 2019. Our expert accountant, Mr. Barnes, even checked their work. These margins are far, far higher than any other comparable company in this sphere. Let's look at one demonstrative prepared by one of our experts, Mr. Barnes, comparing App Store profit margin to those of other companies using publicly available data. And we can see here that the App Store ranges from 74.9% to 77.8%, and comparable companies range from minus 4.8% to a high of 29.9%. Developers found themselves caught in a trap of Apple's making. As it turned out, the most prevalent flower in the walled garden was the Venus flytrap. Developers had accepted Apple's assurances that it was not making profit from the App Store and had dedicated themselves to producing the apps that make the iPhone a must-have device. But once they committed themselves to working in the iOS ecosystem, individual app developers were in a tenuous position. Their business depended on Apple, and the non-negotiable Apple termination provision allows Apple to terminate a developer at any time for no reason at all. The evidence will show that the termination provision states, for instance, quote, Apple may change, suspend, or discontinue providing the services, sites, and content to you at any time. The evidence will show that Apple has continued to wield access to the iOS ecosystem as a sword against developers, not even deterred by the pendency of this lawsuit. 2 months ago, Apple added a retributive provision to its non-negotiable contract with developers. Let's look at this new take it or leave it contractual language. Quote, if at any time Apple determines or suspects that you or any developers with which you are affiliated have engaged in or encouraged or participated with other developers to engage in any suspicious, misleading, fraudulent, improper, unlawful, or dishonest act or omission, Apple may withhold payments due to you or such other developers. Apple has now placed itself in the position of acting as the judge of whether developers are guilty by association. The years have ticked by, and Apple has used its app review process to police the four corners of the walled garden. But because Apple's process has been driven by business model and not technology, it has both failed to deliver on its promise of safety to consumers and on a consistent and clear process to developers locked behind the wall. Apple knows that its app review process does not provide a safe environment tucked away behind a secure garden wall. The evidence will show that Apple personnel have used the following words when referring to their own app review process. The evidence will show that Apple's claims of security fall short. There is a host of evidence that demonstrates that from early in the App Store history until today, apps that defraud consumers have made it through the app review process and been listed in the store. Let's look briefly at some of the subject lines of the exhibits that the court will see in this trial. Scam apps and copycat apps have gotten through the process. Phishing apps have gotten through the process. Apps that have been referred to as creating dangerous situations have gotten through. Apps that have offensive content made it through. One such app is particularly notable. A game app that involved school shootings. This app was first listed in the App Store 2 weeks after the Parkland shooting, and it was only taken down when a user complained to Apple. In fact, so many bad apps made it through the allegedly secure app review process that, as we can see from this exhibit, in 2017, Apple noted that more than 400,000 apps had been removed from the App Store. But app developers were told that they were being treated the same. Here are the words of Tim Cook himself. Mr. Cook told Congress that Apple treated every developer the same. In fact, however, Apple had created a whitelist of developers who received special treatment. Developers saw the truth, and in surveys that Apple itself conducted, repeatedly complained to Apple that its app review process was arbitrary and inconsistent. Here are just a few of the exhibits that the court will see with the developers' own words. Developers have also complained directly to Apple personnel that the app review process is arbitrary and inconsistent. Let's again look at some of the exhibits the court will see in this regard. Here we see a developer complaining of an arbitrary decision. And here, other developers complaining of inconsistent and arbitrary App Store policies. One developer complained that the problem it faced was existential. The evidence will show that as a technical matter, those with expertise that understand the app review process know that it's not about security, but about business. Ethics expert Dr. Mickens will testify that third parties can and do perform their own app reviews, both human and automated. And that Apple has in fact acquired one of several of these third parties to utilize their tools and technology to assist it with its process. The evidence will show, and ethics expert Dr. Mickens will testify, that the majority of security is at the OS level, and that app review is not significantly adding to the security of the iOS platform. The evidence through Dr. Mickens will show that a more competitive and open distribution could be achieved not by turning iOS into Android, but rather by adopting the highly secure Mac OS model, a model that Apple itself designed, whose safety Apple has repeatedly touted, and which shares the same core operating system with iOS. The evidence through Dr. Mickens and others will show that the basic security tools that Apple has designed for Mac OS can easily be implemented to ensure iOS security in a more open distribution model. And to the extent there are differences between the security profile of iPhones and Macs, for instance, the frequency with which a mobile device with sensitive information could be stolen or lost, these are addressed through security mechanisms such as Face or Touch ID that have nothing to do with how the apps get onto the iPhone. Now, by bringing this lawsuit as a series of antitrust claims, Epic bears the burden of proving the relevant product and geographic markets, and we embrace that burden. The facts fully support an iOS app distribution market and a totally separate iOS in-app payment solutions market. Dr. Evans will testify that evidence adduced at trial and recognized economic theory, supported by actual quantitative analysis, supports a classic foremarket of a long-lasting product and operating system from which the aftermarket of iOS app distribution is derived. Apple criticizes Dr. Evans for defining a foremarket that is an operating system and not a device. But developers write apps for an operating system, not a device. And then, from the consumer side, Apple's own words demonstrate why the evidentiary record supports us and not them. Its ecosystem is defined by complementary OSs, iOS, macOS, tvOS, iPad OS. Consumers choose an ecosystem, and that ecosystem is iOS. Without an OS, the iPhone is metal and glass and does nothing at all. The evidence will show that the foremarket provides the installed base for the aftermarket, iOS app distribution. Users incur real costs, sunk costs, in buying into the iOS ecosystem. iPhones are not cheap, and once users incur these costs, they incur even more costs if they switch to Android. The evidence from Apple's own witnesses, such as Mr. Q and Mr. Fisher, will show that iOS users are not told, and Apple does nothing to market, how much they will spend on apps over the life cycle of their device. Consumers are locked into an ecosystem without ever knowing that cost, and Apple even prohibits developers from telling users how much Apple charges for distribution and IAP. The evidence will show that in addition to extensive qualitative evidence, only Epic did the quantitative work to establish the parameters of well-defined product markets. Apple did not. Epic's expert, Dr. Evans, performed 4 sniff tests. First, a sniff in the foremarket based on the operating system cost, applying a 10% assumed price increase to the cost of the phone. He found that this increase would not result in appreciable user switching. Why did Dr. Evans apply that price increase to the cost of the phone? Very simply because it is the vehicle through which you acquire the operating system. That is how you measure user response. Second, Dr. Evans did a sniff test for the distribution aftermarket based on the results of a survey performed by Professor Peter Rossi. Professor Rossi surveyed how consumers would react to a 5% increase in the price of in-app purchases or in-app subscriptions bought within iOS apps. The survey shows inelastic demand and no appreciable switching. Here is a demonstrative from Professor Rossi showing that the share of switchers is only 1.3%. Using the results of that survey, Dr. Evans performed a sniff test that confirmed that Apple could raise prices on iOS without suffering a significant loss of consumers to make that price increase unprofitable. This means that iOS app distribution constitutes a relevant market. Third, Dr. Evans used data from actual Fortnite play, looking at how much switching actually happened when Apple pulled Fortnite from the App Store, and concluded that a developer like Epic could not leave the iOS platform even in the face of a price increase without suffering a loss of profits. Fourth, Dr. Evans performed a sniff test concurrently on both sides of the two-sided platform, consumers and developers, and reached the same conclusion. Neither groups would leave the platform in appreciable numbers, even taking into account indirect network effects. Apple did not perform a single sniff test. The surveys Mr. Hansen performed for Apple merely asked what devices consumers have used or had access to in the last 12 months. They do not assess whether consumers are able to switch to other devices, for what purposes they are able to switch to other devices, whether consumers are willing to switch to other devices, nor the circumstances under which they would switch. In other words, the question of whether a price increase on iOS would result in switching was not a question he addressed in any way. Under the antitrust law, that is the critical question when defining a market. The evidence will show that given the sunk cost and limited switching in the smartphone OS 4 market, consumers' lack of information, and the bait and switch that Apple used to lure in developers, this is in fact the unusual case in which there is a proper single brand aftermarket. Let's look at a slide that shows a demonstrative example of the types of apps distributed by, excuse me, Your Honor, 1 second. Evidence will disprove Apple's arguments to the contrary. Apple's argument that there is a digital game transaction market is unsupported by the evidence. First, that market is based entirely on the fact that the plaintiff here happens to be Epic, and it ignores that Apple's practices are the same with regard to all types of apps. And the evidence from third parties that will be adduced at this trial will show that all apps suffer from the same anti-competitive practices, resulting in anti-competitive effects. Second, it ignores that Epic does more than just develop, publish, or distribute games. Epic's witnesses will testify that Epic is a developer and publisher of game and non-game apps. The developer and publisher of a world-renowned set of software tools used to make game and non-game apps, and the developer and owner of an app store that distributes game and non-game apps. Let's look at a slide that shows a demonstrative example of the types of apps distributed by the Epic Game Store, including a store within a store, that's the digital storefront, the music app, Spotify, a radio app, a 3D modeling app, and a web browser, all available today on the Epic Game Store. Evidence will show that Epic's business is varied. It is a developer of game and non-game apps. It makes software tools for the development of commercialized game and non-game apps, and it distributes both game and non-game apps. The evidence will show that Fortnite itself, something that Apple has repeatedly characterized as a game and merely a game, is far more than that. While it has competitive gameplay in Battle Royale, it also has a portion of the app that is solely for social gathering called Party Royale, which has no competitive gameplay, and the portion that is solely for user creation called Creative Mode, which has no competitive gameplay. Fortnite hosts concerts, and it hosts films, among other things. In addition, Epic has also developed an alternative payment processing solution to Apple's IAP, Epic Direct Pay. All facets of Epic's business are here challenging Apple's practices, but Apple's experts have focused on only one, limited to games. Epic also developed Unreal Engine and companion iOS apps for developers who use it. Another point fatal to Apple's digital game transaction market definition is that Epic's claims encompass its interest in non-game apps built using the Unreal Engine. Epic has agreements with many developers of non-game apps built on Epic's Unreal Engine, and some are distributed on iOS, and they are still subject to the anti-competitive practices at issue here. Apple ignores these apps altogether. In sum, the evidence will show that when Apple focuses on a digital game transaction market, it has failed to capture the array of products made by the plaintiff in this case and in which it has an interest. Third, a game transaction market suggests that a transaction on one platform would be substitutable for a transaction on another platform. For Apple to be correct, according to long-standing principles of antitrust economics, some appreciable number of users of one platform would need to be shown to switch to another based on price differentials between the platforms. In other words, if there was an increase in-app purchase prices on iOS, the evidence would need to show that an appreciable number of users would undertake their desired transactions on alternative platforms, such as Android or the console or a console. But there is no evidence to support this. Apple did no study. Apple's top executives have in fact testified that they were unaware of anyone ever switching because of the increase in an app price. First, we will hear from Mr. Q.
Are you aware of anyone who has ever switched from an iPhone to an Android because they perceive there to be some difference in the pricing of apps across the two platforms?
I don't recall ever hearing that.
Is that something that Apple has studied to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall ever seeing that.
And now let's hear from Mr. Fisher, again, the head of Apple's App Store.
Are you aware of any instance where the increased cost of an in-app purchase has resulted in a user leaving the iPhone, iOS world and going instead to Android, switching?
No, I have not personally heard of an instance like that.
Are you aware of any study that Apple has done as to whether or not an increase in price of an app on iOS could cause a user or has caused a user to switch to Android?
I'm not aware of a study that has looked at that.
In order to create confusion as to substitutability, Apple points to evidence that is totally unsupportive of the necessary switching behavior. Apple points to Fortnite's consumer-friendly cross-platform functionality called cross-progression and cross-wallet. Cross-progression allows players to access Fortnite with their account across platforms and recognizes that some users engage in incremental but not substitutable gameplay. The evidence that we will adduce at trial supports this. Cross-wallet allows these users to access digital currency in their accounts across platforms. In other words, a user may have a console and a mobile device and use each of them at distinct times. At the dentist, the mobile device may be used; at home, the console. The evidence will also show that Apple's theory of substitutable game transactions defies common sense. First, it simply does not work when a user does not own two different devices. If the consumer does not own an Android device or console, the Apple expert posits an even less likely scenario, where he or she would seek out a friend who would let them borrow their alternative device, engage in a transaction, and then return to their own device. Now, even when a user does own more than one device, the evidence will show that a consumer playing a game on his or her phone while waiting at the doctor's office or while commuting to work is not going to, and practically cannot, decide to make an in-app purchase or on an Xbox or a PC sitting miles away at someone else's home. The theoretical switching between devices a user may not even own is without factual support. As a technical matter, the record will be full of another sort of evidence. Evidence that there are significant performance and functionality differences between the very platforms that Apple claims users substitute between. The evidence will show that the apps in the App Store, called native apps, have far superior functionality and performance to web apps and streaming apps. Apple itself ensures some of these differences by preventing web apps that are used on iOS from accessing all of the latest web technology that could result in functionality closer to native apps. Web apps cannot call on certain very important APIs, such as ARKit or push notifications, for instance, because of Apple's policy decisions. And there is latency that Apple's own witnesses recognize cause differences in performance between native apps on the one hand and web apps and streaming apps on the other. In this next slide, Apple's Eddie Q himself states that latency can significantly impact the experience of the game. The evidence will also show just how pretextual this claimed substitutability is. Apple's witnesses concede that there are voluminous differences between apps, web apps, and streamed apps, including that they are faster, they use less memory, and they can provide overall a better iPhone experience for users. Mr. Forstall testified precisely to the difference between native apps, web apps, and streamed apps.
And you believe that native apps are going to, as you say here, provide a better experience for iPhone users, correct?
Correct.
And looking back 15 years later, do you have any doubt that you were right at the time?
No.
And why do you think that native apps would provide a better experience?
I can go on and on for the benefits of a native application versus a web application, and they are voluminous. They are faster. They use less memory. They can take advantage of the native graphics library in a way that is either not available or has to be shoehorned in for a web app or a different kind of application. So you can go through, and we go through for hours, the advantages.
Now, turning to consoles, there are so many reasons that they are not substitutable, starting with size, portability, functionality, quality, and capability of graphics and additional peripherals. You're going to see those devices here in the courtroom later today, and you'll see that they don't, in fact, fit in your pocket. They can't work without a Wi-Fi connection. The Xbox and the PlayStation have to be plugged into an electrical outlet at all times for gameplay, and none is a device that people carry with them wherever they go. None of these devices are substitutable for smartphones. And finally, why is Android not substitutable? Because Apple itself has positioned it outside of the walled garden. iOS apps do not run on Android. Android apps are not allowed in the App Store. And the evidence will show that consumers make a choice of ecosystems at the OS level. And once having chosen, persistence within that ecosystem is strong. iOS app distribution is the rare instance of a single brand product market, but it is made by the largest company in the world, has 1 billion users and millions of developers. As Apple's own expert, Professor Rubenfeld, has asserted, iOS has played a significant role in the world's digital economy. The evidence will show that iOS is far bigger and far more entrenched in every factual way that matters than the Kodak copier at issue in the leading single brand market case ever was. The evidence will also show that Apple's claims that in the absence of IAP, it will not be able to get paid are incorrect. In terms of iOS in-app payment solutions, it is worth pausing on what purchases this aspect of the case is about and is not about. This case is about purchases within the app, not purchasing transactions to acquire the app. A quick example of this IAP distinction is that of a car dealership. This case is not contesting that the dealer, i.e. the App Store, can take a commission for the sale of the car in a competitive market. Our claim is that every time thereafter the owner buys gas for the car at a third-party gas station, i.e. digital content, the original car dealer does not get to charge an extra 30% on that third-party gas sale. In this slide, we see an example of this with this demonstrative, that Apple takes a cut of every stop at a gas station after the car has been purchased with no payment alternatives. And in this next slide, we see that what we are seeking is simply the possibility of alternative payment options at the gas pump. Apple is welcome to keep IAP as one of the options. Apple next said, well, most apps, maybe even 85%, are free. So if it doesn't get a commission at the car dealership and doesn't get paid at the gas pump, it will never get paid for its investment in iOS and related tools. And that is not what the evidence will show, and not how other OS makers are compensated. We'll circle back to Apple's plan and how it executed on the plan. Steve Jobs told developers, our purpose in the App Store is to add value to the iPhone. Free apps do that just as well as paid apps sometimes. We love free apps. Apple benefits greatly from a robust inventory of free apps. Free apps result in a more attractive app store that sells more devices. This is precisely what Steve Jobs said. And in 2016, Apple began more active sales of auction-based search. It has made very significant sums of money on such sales and a high rate of return. Of course, Apple also gets paid from the developer fees that it collects from millions of developers. The evidence will show that there is no dearth of ways for Apple to get paid. It has figured them out already. Before I conclude, let me address one final argument that Apple makes. Throughout its findings of fact and in the expert reports of Professor Rubenfeld and Mr. Malachowski, Apple argues that all of its conduct sits firmly behind the protective barrier of IP rights. There are legal arguments here that I will not get into except to say that the evidence will show that IP rights do not override competition law. As Apple's own primary witness on this topic, Professor Rubenfeld, has already acknowledged in this case. The evidence also refutes Apple's argument. The evidence will show that this argument is pretextual. There is no evidence that Apple was considering IP rights when it was drafting the terms and conditions it would impose on developers. It was concerned with the policy issues of how to build the walled garden. Apple's overreach with IP could not be clearer. In this statement by Phil Schiller, at a time when the App Store was already up and running, that Apple should use its license agreement as a way of protecting its ecosystem. Your Honor, Epic wants to reach customers locked inside Apple's walled garden. In the absence of Apple's restrictions, Epic and all developers will not only be
Well, let's do a test.
Our technologist needs to switch the AV, so we may do that or take a break to do that.
I think Ms. Stone is doing that. You can hear okay, Stone?
I just thought it might be. Oh, sure.
It's actually better for me if you stay like this.
Then I shall stay.
Then we have this barrier here, and the metal impacts my view.
We'll check the sound.
I can hear you.
If you hear. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, and may it please the Court, Ms. Herron-Dunn for Apple. Ever since the launch of the first iPhone in 2007, consumers have depended on Apple to provide a safe, secure, reliable, and quality smartphones. And because of the trust that Apple has been able to build with consumers, it has also been able to build business opportunities for millions of developers. And because of the connections between consumers and developers in Apple's App Store, millions of businesses have been launched that would not have otherwise existed. Millions of jobs have been created worldwide, and nearly a decade of economic growth has been unleashed. This case, as has just been made quite clear, is a fundamental assault on Apple's secure and integrated ecosystem, which has been what has made that tremendous growth possible. Epic, a $28 billion company, has decided that it doesn't want to pay for Apple's innovations anymore. So Epic is here demanding that this court force Apple to let into its App Store untested and untrusted apps and app stores, which is something that Apple has never done. Apple's unwavering commitment to safety, security, reliability, and quality does not allow that, and the antitrust laws do not require it. When the iPhone first launched, it was named the 2007 Invention of the Year. And as Tim Cook and Phil Schiller will tell you, not even they could have imagined then what this little device would come to mean to so many consumers and developers. Soon after launch, developers came to Apple. They already had access to consumers through the web browser, but they came to Apple to ask if they could put native third-party apps on the iPhone. And as you'll hear, at the time, there was a great amount of internal debate about Apple about whether to do this, because putting native third-party apps on the iPhone could compromise the phone itself. This is how Steve Jobs put it at the time. He said, "We're trying to do two diametrically opposed things at once. Provide an advanced and open platform to developers, while at the same time protect iPhone users from viruses, malware, privacy attacks, etc. This is no easy task." And Mr. Jobs also told people to be patient, and then Apple would work on figuring out a way to get everybody what they wanted. And Apple did find a way to get everybody what they wanted: a highly curated, family-friendly, secure, and reliable App Store. The App Store opened its doors in 2008, and since then, millions of developers, from small one-person shops to large, well-known companies, if they had a great idea and a high-quality app, have been able to seamlessly reach consumers around the world. So Apple did not create a secure and integrated ecosystem to keep people out. It created a secure and integrated ecosystem so it could invite developers in without sacrificing the privacy, reliability, security, and quality that consumers wanted. And every day since then, Apple's business people and engineers, some of whom the court will hear from at this trial, have been charged with striking that seemingly impossible balance between two diametrically opposed things at once. Now, in this case, as you've heard, Epic's requested relief would undo everything that those engineers and business people have built and that consumers have trusted and loved. And that is why we are bringing to this court the top executives at Apple, including CEO Tim Cook, top executives Phil Schiller and Craig Federighi, to explain to Your Honor why Apple made these fundamental design decisions and why they are necessary to protect security, privacy, reliability, and quality that customers have come to depend on from Apple. Epic is demanding that this court undo Apple's fundamental design decision. And after counsel's opening, there can be no question about that. Epic demands that this court force Apple to allow in any and all third-party app stores so that they can distribute unreviewed and untested apps on all iOS devices. And Epic demands that this court force Apple to allow sideloading, which would allow third parties to put unreviewed and untested apps directly on the device. Epic demands that this court force Apple to do all of this, which would require using its IP and making its products technically interoperable without third parties having to pay for it. The law just does not permit this, as we will discuss. From the very beginning, Apple gave developers access to iOS and the App Store, and that access was tremendous. Any developer who signed the Developer Program License Agreement, the DPLA, had access to Apple's SDKs, software development kits, containing thousands of Apple's APIs, application programming interfaces. And those are what gives developers the tools that they need to be successful. The first developer kit had 10,000 APIs. Today, there are 150,000 for the App Store alone, and that's a 15-fold increase in almost as many years. All of this has been made possible by Apple's IP. Every app in the App Store has been developed using Apple's IP. Epic knows this because the restrictions that it challenges, the provisions it challenges, specifically relate to Apple's software and the use of Apple software. So Apple licenses its IP to developers in exchange for their commitment to submit each app for review and approval. And that is the way that Apple is able to keep its commitment to consumers, safety, reliability, and quality, and simultaneously provide developers with enormous business opportunities. Epic, for example, has been using Apple's IP for more than a decade, since Infinity Blade first launched on the App Store. Fortnite, we'll hear a lot about Fortnite. That's Epic's signature product, as you know. It's only been around for a few years, and even Fortnite has been created and updated using 16 of Apple's SDKs, which have included thousands of Apple's APIs. Now, I've heard counsel just dismiss our IP, but actually, Epic has been very praiseworthy of Apple's IP and everything that it's done for Epic. This is what Epic had to say about Metal, just one of Apple's APIs. A fast, agile, feature-rich API like Metal is exactly what we need to bring a game design for modern consoles and desktops to the battery-powered iPhone and iPad. As a developer, it blows away OpenGL in every way. As Tim Cook has said, the App Store has been nothing short of an economic miracle. And since the App Store first opened its doors in 2008, there have been more than 180 billion app downloads. This is the kind of output antitrust laws dream about. Quality products delivered to consumers by the billions. And no one is going to dispute what this chart shows, but Epic is going to ignore it, as you just heard, because of how devastating this degree of output is in an antitrust case. Now, this chart is also devastating to Epic's case. When it comes to privacy and security, Apple dramatically outpaces its competitors. You can see their Android, which allows sideloading, and you can see the dramatic difference. Epic just said that Apple failed to deliver on this. This is delivery. You will even hear Tim Sweeney, Epic's CEO, acknowledge that privacy and security are, quote, competitive differentiators for Apple. They give consumers a choice between iPhone devices and their competitors. And that choice is made possible by the very same App Store rules that Epic is demanding this court get rid of. And after what we just heard, one thing is very clear. Epic is asking for government intervention to take away a choice that consumers currently have. Epic, as you heard, also asked the court to get rid of what's called IAP functionality. And that's a feature that Apple added to the App Store in 2009 in response to requests from developers. Some history here. When the App Store first opened, developers had only a choice between paid apps and free apps. And so what game developers would do is they would offer two versions of the game. One, a paid version, which was a premium version that consumers could pay for when it was downloaded, and one for free, which was kind of a not as good version of the paid game. So developers came to Apple and asked for a new way to monetize their apps, where developers could offer an app for free for consumers to download and then sell content to the consumers within the app. Apple listened to its developers, and the business model of freemium was born. And this was made possible by a complex functionality to deliver digital content that Apple called in-app purchase, or IAP. Now, game developers in particular benefited from IAP functionality. The slide you see on the screen right now is a picture of the Fortnite shop. You can buy outfits to wear in the metaverse, a glider for your rideable shark, or a backtickle or a dance. It appears here you can even buy true love, which is priceless. These are called microtransactions. And rather than one paid transaction with the developer that happens at the first download, these can happen all the time. This is great for developers. So like the App Store in its design, IAP is what the antitrust laws would consider a genuine product improvement. And it certainly was a product improvement for Epic, which has made more than $750 million on the iOS platform alone. So Apple's App Store has created tremendous output, increased choice, benefits for consumers and for developers, all of which the antitrust laws would consider a wild success. So what are we doing here in an antitrust case? Well, the answer is this. As counsel mentioned, Project Liberty, which is Epic's self-proclaimed war against mobile platform fees. What you see on the screen, Your Honor, is a slide for the Epic board from July of 2020. In the second half of 2019, prior to the pandemic, Epic had seen a meaningful decline in Fortnite. Internally, Epic executives started to discuss a business model shift, where Epic would become the middleman, paying third-party developers to develop content. But to pay the third-party developers, Epic would need to find a way to cut its costs. So after 10 years of paying the same commission and abiding by the same rules that apply to all developers and have been in place since the beginning, the evidence will show that Epic did not want to do that anymore. And so rather investing in innovation, Epic invested in lawyers, PR and policy consultants, all in an effort to get the benefits that Apple provides for free. And Epic knew that it was, quote, not sympathetic, and those are Epic's words, not ours. And as Epic's head of marketing wrote, in May of 2020, he sent an email to himself. He said they needed to create the narrative that Epic was benevolent, speaking for other developers. At the same time, Epic was writing to Apple in June of 2020, demanding that Apple provide a special side deal, side letter, or alter its contract for Epic. So Epic would not have sued Apple or done any of this if Apple had just agreed to a side deal that would apply only to Epic. And as this court is well familiar, Apple did not agree. Apple refused to compromise the equal application of its guidelines. And so Epic went a step further, willingly and flagrantly breaching its commitments with Apple. And Epic's conduct in the summer of 2020 would defeat all of the affirmative defenses that Epic has to this breach, the breach to which Epic has already stipulated. As this court well knows, on August 3rd of 2020, Epic submitted to Apple a version of Fortnite with a secret and undisclosed hotfix with Epic's own payment system. And 10 days later, on August 13th, after emailing the Apple executives at 2 in the morning with their intention to breach, Epic activated its hotfix, resulting in Fortnite's removal from the App Store. Now, even though Epic had breached, Apple told Epic that Fortnite was welcome back into the App Store, as long as Epic would comply with the guidelines that apply equally to all developers. And that offer still stands today. Now, here's something interesting, which is that on August 5th, Epic CEO Tim Sweeney is writing an email to Phil Spencer, Executive Vice President of Gaming at Microsoft. And Mr. Sweeney writes, Epic has certain plans for August that will provide an extraordinary opportunity to highlight the value proposition of consoles and PCs in contrast to mobile platforms and to onboard new console users. So by August 5th, the date of this email, the hotfix is already in place. And so while Epic is deceiving Apple, it is giving Microsoft a heads up that something is coming. He is reassuring Microsoft that Epic will be creating opportunities for consoles, quote, in contrast to mobile platforms, which will help, quote, onboard new console users. So Mr. Sweeney recognizes in this email that consoles and PCs are competitors to mobile platforms, which is the exact opposite position that Epic is taking in this litigation. Here's Tim Sweeney speaking in 2012, 2 years after Epic now says Apple became an illegal monopolist. Here, too, Mr. Sweeney is saying the exact opposite of what Epic is trying to spin in this lawsuit. He says, we have a lot of platforms coming together. There are tablet platforms, smartphone platforms, computers, PC and Macintosh. And then there are consoles, Xbox, PlayStation, Wii. This is too many platforms. Over time, these platforms will be winnowed down into a much smaller set of competing platforms, according to who picks the right direction and executes successfully on them. So Mr. Sweeney recognizes all the competitors, tablets, smartphones, PCs, and consoles, and the stack of competition. Winners and losers who will be determined not by monopoly power, but by who picks the right direction and successfully executes on them. And so this is truly remarkable. Epic in this litigation is arguing and insisting, as we just heard, that this precise market in gaming transactions does not exist. And so we are all going to have to pay close attention to what is real and what has been manufactured by Epic for this litigation. And speaking of things that are manufactured, Epic paid nearly the entire cost to create the so-called Coalition for App Fairness. The coalition says things like this. For most purchases made within its App Store, Apple takes 30% of the purchase price. No other transaction fee in any industry comes close. But that's not true either. Given Epic's attacks, especially this morning, it may surprise people to learn that Apple did not establish the 30%. It was Steam, another game platform that set to 30% way back in 2003. And by the time that Apple entered the market with the App Store in 2008, 30% was, as Epic's internal documents will show, industry standard. Epic just showed us a clip of Eddie Q. But even in that clip that Epic chose to show, Eddie says that Apple was following the market. And just as those competitors who came before Apple charged 30%, so did the ones who entered the market after Apple. And this includes the Google Play Store, the Samsung Galaxy Store, Microsoft, HP, Amazon. This is the kind of market entry that is the hallmark of competition. Now, 30% was also substantially less than the typical publisher royalty at the time. Developers used to pay 70%, not 30%, and that was for shrink-wrap boxes that sat on actual shelves. And when Mr. Sweeney distributed third-party games in the 1990s, he charged 60%. And he's described that in this litigation as a fair royalty. So today in the App Store, 84% of apps are free. It is true that we love free apps. And so for 84% of apps, developers pay zero to Apple. Many pay 15% due to reduced commissions on subscriptions and for small businesses, and the most a developer will pay is 30%. So, putting all the rhetoric aside, we are here in a bench trial in an antitrust case. And in this antitrust case, for Epic bears the burden, as counsel said, it cannot prevail, not on the law and not on the facts. Epic is wrong on its relevant market. Epic cannot show that Apple's conduct was anti-competitive. Epic cannot show that there are anti-competitive effects. Apple has a host of pro-competitive justifications for its conduct, and Epic cannot prove a tie. So in order to win this case, Epic has to run the table on this. It has to be right on all of these. And we will show that on the law and on the facts, Epic is not right on any of them. Now, every one of Epic's claims depends on its ability to define the relevant market, the universe of reasonable substitutes. And as counsel said, their economist, Dr. David Evans, proposes a single brand aftermarket of iOS app distribution containing all apps in the App Store. And as counsel recognized, Epic bears the burden of proving that this would be what the law has said is the extremely rare case of finding a single brand market. Now, the court has already said in her PI order that the proper market definition can only be determined by looking at commercial realities. So we are going to focus on those. One of our expert economists, Dr. Francine LaFontaine, who served as the director of the FTC's Bureau of Economics, will offer opinions to the court about proper market definition. And Dr. LaFontaine will explain why, based on commercial realities, Epic's proposed market is both too broad in terms of number of apps and too narrow in terms of number of platforms. Okay, so to begin with, Epic's proposed market is too narrow because there are many platforms where consumers and developers engage in game transactions. PC, Mac, iPhone, Android, consoles including Xbox, PlayStation, and the Nintendo Switch, which, by the way, does fit in your pocket. Even within these devices, there are sometimes multiple options. New market entrants are coming on the scene right now. Cloud-based streaming by Google Stadia, Amazon's Luna, and NVIDIA's GeForce Now. And those are offered both through the web and by native apps. So Epic is really down on the web browser, but some of the world's most sophisticated companies are launching their newest and most exciting products through the web browser. So what this market shows is options and options within options. And again, this is what a competitive market looks like. An Epic's market ignores all of that and focuses only on this, the iPhone and the App Store. That is Epic's relevant market. Now, to begin with, Epic's proposed single brand market is also too narrow because consumers do something called multi-homing. And that means they use more than one device to play games. So there's a bunch of survey experts in this case, and this is a result of a survey done by our expert, Dr. Hansen. And it found that 95% of iOS users regularly use or could have used devices other than their iOS device, like PCs, Macs, or gaming consoles. Now, not only do consumers multi-home, developers also multi-home. They are offering their games to consumers on multiple platforms. Fortnite, just to take one example, is offered on many different platforms, including Android, PC, Microsoft, Xbox, Sony PlayStation, and the Nintendo Switch. And you can see that Apple is not such a big part of that. So as illustrated by Epic itself, Apple is not imposing any restrictions on game developers' ability to reach consumers and sell their apps on as many or as few platforms as they would like. And our expert, Dr. Lauren Hitt, a professor at Wharton, has analyzed competition and substitution in the game transactions market, which is something that Dr. Evans, Epic's expert, does not test at all. This is a chart from Dr. Hitt's report. On this chart, iOS is the red line. And this chart shows the majority of Fortnite accounts are not on iOS. Many are on Android or the Switch or Xbox or PlayStation or PC. iOS is typically the third or even the fourth most popular platform. Again, makes you kind of wonder what we're doing here. It also appears that when Fortnite was removed from the App Store, the red line goes down and all the other lines go up, except for the purple line, because that's the Google Play Store, and Fortnite was removed from there as well. The court will see that the same thing happened when Nintendo launched the aptly named Switch in 2018. The number of iOS users went down. So consistent with commercial realities, Dr. Hitt is going to present both qualitative and quantitative evidence that consumers switch among gaming platforms. And in real life, even if not in this courtroom today, Epic has recognized that consumers do substitute across game platforms. Here's what they told people when they got Fortnite removed from the App Store. If you're left behind on iOS after the Chapter 2 Season 4 launch, the party continues on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PC, Mac, GeForce Now, and through both the Epic Games app at epicgames.com and the Samsung Galaxy Store. So it would be fair to ask Epic how they can deny to this court the robust competition in this market when this is the kind of thing that they're saying to people publicly. In addition to multi-homing, we are also going to be talking about the commercial reality of cross-platform play. Modern gaming, which this trial is going to show us, is really a thing unto itself. And it allows people to play the same game at the same time with other people on different platforms. So this slide is a picture of 4 people playing the game Need for Speed. And it highlights how absurd Epic's approach to relevant market is. One of these people is playing on the Xbox. Another one is playing on the iPhone. One is playing on the Nintendo Switch, and one is playing on the PC. So even though these 4 people are all playing the same game at the same time, 3 of these people are not in Epic's relevant market. That is not the commercial reality. The court is also going to hear evidence about something that is also very important called cross-wallet play. So cross-wallet play means that consumers can buy game currency on one platform and then spend it on another. So, for example, I can buy V-Bucks, which is the currency used in Fortnite, on any of these platforms and spend them on any of the others. And so that means if I buy V-Bucks on Android or PC or Xbox, but I spend them while I'm playing Fortnite on iOS, no commission goes to Apple. I can even buy V-Bucks through the web browser on my iPhone and spend them on purchases in the app. That's available to me. So even though I bought the V-Bucks on my iPhone, no commission goes to Apple. And cross-wallet play creates an enormous and unrecoverable problem for Epic's market definition. Here's why. The parties agree that the App Store is a two-sided transaction platform, serving both consumers and developers. The Supreme Court, in the Amex case in 2018, said that such transaction platforms are best understood as supplying one product, transactions, which is jointly consumed. So Dr. Evans focuses on app distribution, not transactions. But where are the transactions happening? In gaming, transactions, like the purchase of V-Bucks, can take place somewhere other than where the app is being distributed. And so I may be playing an app distributed on iOS, but the transaction occurred somewhere else, like on Android or Xbox or my PC. And that platform is where the Supreme Court says the one product, the transaction, is being jointly consumed. And in fact, Epic's internal data show that most people who play Fortnite on iOS are not engaging in transactions on iOS. So this is a very big issue for Epic, and we heard nothing this morning that's going to get them around this issue, and we will hear nothing throughout this entire trial that will get them around this issue. So all of that goes to why Epic's relevant market is too narrow. But Epic's relevant market is also too broad because it contains all apps in the App Store. So the App Store is a store. And like many stores, it's full of products that are not substitutes for each other. So this slide has just a few examples. Fortnite is not a substitute for Waze, and it's not a substitute for the Starbucks app. Under the law, including the law in the Ninth Circuit, for Epic to cluster all of these non-substitutes together, it would have to show that products in the store are subject to the same competitive conditions. And Epic cannot show that. As we've just discussed, the gaming market is subject to distinct competitive conditions that facilitate substitution, like multi-homing across many platforms, cross-platform play, and cross-wallet play. And so this is Epic's burden to show. They have to show that clustering is appropriate under the law. And even though the court raised the issue of clustering in her PI order, Epic doesn't mention it at all in its conclusions of law. And we didn't hear one single word about this morning. And there's a reason for that. Because they don't win on it, and it is dispositively defeating for their relevant market. So just to take another real-world example of this, groceries also sell a lot of products, like bread, fruit, toiletries. Sometimes they even sell wine. Now, imagine there's a liquor store down the road, and maybe also a boutique wine store next door. All day long, customers are going in and out of these three stores buying wine. Customers make choices. Will I buy wine from this store? Now, the first problem with this is that they're not talking about switching of app transactions. Epic ignores all the other platforms where game transactions and any other app transactions take place, the one product that is being jointly consumed. Second of all, even when it comes to switching between iPhone and Android, Epic is wrong about that too, and that's because they ignore the actual data. Apple's internal documents show that in 2019 and 2020, there was meaningful switching quarter over quarter when iPhone users purchased a new phone, sometimes up to 26%. So the evidence will show that not only is Epic wrong about its aftermarket, it's wrong also about the store market. And it's true that Dr. Evans pretends to bring some science to this exercise by saying that he has performed several snip tests. Well, we don't have enough time this morning to go through all of the problems that we will show with Dr. Evans' snip test. But to begin with, Dr. Evans performed no quantitative analysis with any actual Apple consumer data showing any actual substitution. It's their burden. Instead, he conducts a sniff on operating systems, which are not commercially available. So he has to make up the prices that he uses for those and uses prices for phones, which are part of a himself about the importance of analyzing indirect network effects in a two-sided market. He doesn't do that either. So it was very ironic to hear counsel's opening statement because Epic has the burden of proof. And Epic itself in this case has offered no empirical evidence of switching after a price increase. They fail by their own standards.
Now, Ms. Dunn, can you hold on? I really am. I apologize for interrupting you. Apparently, line 3 is having an issue. I see you're at, let's see, how much more do you have? Your slides aren't, and I can't tell how many slides you have left. The numbers aren't chronological.
So I'm probably halfway through.
Why don't we go ahead then, if you don't mind, and take a break?
Absolutely.
That way we can figure out what's going on with line 3. And we've been on the record. We'll do my court reporter break. Okay, we'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. Anything else? Do you need anything else, Captain? No.
This laptop is not.
Oh, okay. Thank you for checking.
Yeah, I can tell it's not scrolling.
Oh, yeah.
Not very good.
Okay.
Instead of walking around with an extra 5 steps for that was for me.
Expected it to be this one. There's Jesse's.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should be
Figure out when. Better. Yeah, reading wise, it sure is. Writing wise, I mean.
Good. Okay, we are back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present.
Thank you, Your Honor. The chart that's currently on the screen shows us
That's the chart that is currently on the screen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Shows us why Epic, throughout this case, is going to have to twist itself into a pretzel with disfavored theories and bad law to define a relevant market. In the logical market in this case that reflects commercial reality, the market for game transactions, Apple cannot be argued to be a monopolist. Now, Epic also cannot show that Apple's conduct is anti-competitive. In the recent Qualcomm case decided by the Ninth Circuit, before the Ninth Circuit even looked at anti-competitive harm, it looked to see if there was anti-competitive conduct in the first place, applying Supreme Court and Ninth Circuit precedent on duty to deal. So as in Qualcomm, this law forecloses Epic's case. The court is very familiar with the law in this area, and that law is clear that businesses do not have a duty to deal with competitors. And because they do not have a duty to deal in the first place, they do not have a duty to deal on the terms and conditions that those competitors might prefer. That's Trinco and Linkline from the Supreme Court, Qualcomm, Aerotech, and various others from the Ninth Circuit. And the law in this area, which Epic's counsel declined to discuss, is particularly strong in the area of intellectual property. Businesses have no duty to make their products interoperable or to license their IP. And amongst others, this is the foremost pro case in the Ninth Circuit. That case says that the law regards technical incompatibility, for example, an integrated ecosystem, as pro-competitive because it gives consumers a choice, like between the iPhone and the Android devices. In this case, Epic challenges Apple's technical design and contracts because they block, prohibit, and foreclose third-party app stores, apps, and payment systems. They are challenging a refusal to deal. And this slide contains a list of just some of the places in Epic's expert reports where they outright say this. And as in the Qualcomm case, very recently decided this is a non-starter under the law. The relief that Epic seeks absolutely requires forced interoperability and a compelled license. Epic has already admitted in its interrogatory responses in this case that it is virtually impossible to develop an app for iOS without Apple's IP, its API. In other words, third-party apps, app stores, and payment systems can only exist on iOS with Apple's IP. So Apple would be forced to license its IP, even to untested and untrusted apps and app stores, and to make its products interoperable with every app and app update. And I suspect you will not hear the Epic witnesses deny this, because they know what IP is required, and they know what it takes, including on the engineering front, to make sure that the products are interoperable and that those products will work on the iOS platform. This is a case about software. Now, when we look at Epic's actual proposed injunction language, it jumps right off the page at you. And so we didn't list it out all on the slide because there's too much of it. But it is very clear when you look at the language that they are demanding in the form of an injunction, when it comes to side-loaded apps, third-party app stores, and third-party payments, they are seeking a requirement to deal, a requirement to license, and forced interoperability. We have one example on this slide where it's just undeniable. Epic is asking the court to prohibit Apple from impeding third-party app stores' payment system through technical means and contractual means. That means we would need to make our products technically interoperable, and we would be forced to enter into contracts to license our IP. The law just does not require that, and it does not permit it. And it is square and has been held so many times by both the Supreme Court and the Ninth Circuit. In the Qualcomm case, after making its findings on duty to deal, the court did turn to anti-competitive harm. And in this case as well, Epic cannot show anti-competitive effects. And here we're talking about diminished consumer choice, reduced output, and increased prices. So as I said at the beginning, the type of output that's been brought by the App Store in an antitrust case is just astounding. Business opportunities have been created for millions of developers and spurred the creation of an entirely new industry related to app development and design. This is the hallmark of competition and what antitrust cases look at. Not only have app downloads increased exponentially, the number of users has dramatically increased. This is a chart that shows developer revenue. Developer revenue has gone dramatically up. And as output has increased, Apple's effective commissions have decreased. Effective commissions for game apps was 8.1% in fiscal year 2019, and for all apps, it was 4.7%. More developers are offering apps for free. Today, that number is 84%. Epic ignores all free apps. And developers are increasingly taking advantage of monetization options that do not involve commission to Apple, which Apple has made easier to do, like signing up for subscriptions on other platforms that then you can use on iOS. As Tim Cook said recently, prices have only gone in one direction, and that's down. Apple has reduced commissions for subscriptions, for premium video entertainment, and earlier this year for small businesses, which are businesses making less than $1 million a year. In an antitrust case, no price increase ever is a big deal. And Epic likes to dismiss the small business program, but even if it doesn't matter to Epic, it does matter to a lot of small businesses. Google thought this was such a good idea that they followed us, another sign of competition. Now, I saw council put up on the screen a chart supposedly about the App Store's margins. And they're going to pull documents out of context in this case, and this is incredibly misleading. Epic's expert, Mr. Barnes, the accountant, looks only at one segment of the iOS ecosystem. But as our witnesses will explain, Apple's business is integrated. And so Apple doesn't internally allocate to the App Store most of the costs in running the store. And let me make that very concrete. Apple's software teams, for example, do an enormous amount of engineering work that supports the App Store, like creating those SDKs and those APIs that we talked about that Epic says you couldn't even make an app without that. So without those SDKs and APIs, there wouldn't be any apps in the App Store. But none of those costs are formally allocated to the store. And instead, reflecting its integrated business model, Apple calculates its profits company-wide. So the evidence is going to show tremendous output and reduced prices and consumer choice, no anti-competitive effect. And in fact, what's on the screen right now is what Epic's economist, Dr. Evans, said in 2011, a year after Epic now contends our conduct became anti-competitive. He said, iPhone users have done very well, also as a result of the tens of thousands of applications they can choose from, some of which enable them to do things that were not possible before. New markets have opened for entrepreneurs. By bringing developers and users together, the iPhone has served as a catalyst, which has created value and profit out of thin air. That's quite an endorsement. In fact, it wasn't just David Evans' opinion in 2011, it was his view last year. Last year, he said, there isn't much controversy that Apple's rules have enabled it to create a high-quality app ecosystem for the iPhone. So this time, he attributes Apple's high-quality app ecosystem to the very rules Epic is asking the court to get rid of. This is the personal honor that Epic's entire antitrust case relies upon. And we are going to cross-examine him. The evidence is also going to show that Apple has a host of pro-competitive justifications for the design choices that Epic is asking this court to get rid of. Now, these are Apple's pro-competitive justifications: consumer trust, security and privacy, reliability, quality, user experience, consumer choice, and protecting our intellectual property. Now, these may sound familiar because they are the principles that form the foundation of Apple's brand. They are the North Star and the reason that many consumers, including apparently Tim Sweeney, prefer the iPhone. To win this case, Epic would have to convince this court that every one of these pro-competitive justifications is all just a big pretext. Epic really only speaks about security, so we'll address that one. Epic's argument here is basically, why can't you just protect the iPhone like you protect the Mac? Well, Phil Schiller is going to tell you, he was there from the beginning, that even then Apple knew the iPhone was going to be very different than a PC or a Mac. To begin with, it was a phone. It had to work all the time, like when you're in a medical emergency or you're stuck at the side of the road. So reliability was priority one. And priority two was security. The iPhone keeps our most personal data, our health data, our location, our kids' location. Priority one and priority two, reliability and security. And Apple was not going to sacrifice either one of those. An Epic's question, why not apply the same security from the Mac to the iPhone, shows how truly dangerous their position in this case really is. iOS devices face an extraordinary threat model. There are over 1 billion portable iOS devices with over 1.8 million apps available for download. Each device has a camera and a microphone and a GPS that are always present. This threat model is what makes iOS different from macOS. The iPhone is not a Mac. It is a rare moment when somebody leaves a Mac on a bus or in a movie theater. Your Mac doesn't always know where you are or where your children are. More devices to attack, more opportunities to attack, more incentive to attack. Take away the security, particularly to the iPhone, and the bad actors are going to have a field day, which is why Android security statistics are so much worse. Now, the way to combat the threat level to iOS devices is to have multiple layers of security. And as you heard, the iOS itself is one critical layer of security. And Apple's app review is another. Phil Schiller and Tristan Kozminka, the head of app review, will take this court deep inside the app review process, which utilizes highly sophisticated AI and machine review in addition to human review. App review makes sure that the apps perform as expected, that they won't damage your device, that they don't contain any objectionable content or malware, and that these apps are not pirated or copycatted, which is something that Epic really appreciated when app review stopped a copycat app called Fortnight. So it is the human review that really sets app review apart. You need people, not machines, to figure out if the app is pirated, if it contains hate speech, difficult judgment, or pornography, if it is too violent or offensive for kids, or whether the app doesn't need access to parts of your phone. And when human reviewers spot new threats, they can get in and change the code used in the electronic review. And so these problems can be caught in the future. And so in this way, app review is learning and getting better all the time. Now, app review doesn't just protect security, it protects reliability and functionality of the phone, priority 1 and priority 2. It protects against bugs and malware and apps that drain your battery, things that consumers do not want. Now, when our expert, Dr. Rubenfeld, pointed out that rogue apps can hurt consumers and damage the Apple brand, Dr. Evans had this to say. He says, Dr. Rubenfeld simply asserts that there is a rogue developer who lacks incentives to protect users and developers from harm. Well, yes, rogue developers are not rational economic actors. They do lack those incentives to protect consumers and developers from harm. In security, you are only as strong as your weakest link. Bad actors only need to find one app store with weaker security in order to infiltrate the entire iOS system. Now, a substantial portion of Epic's presentation focused on some individual examples of some things that got through in the course of nearly 15 years. Each of those examples is an example of why app review is needed. Epic's response to phishing scams is to ask a court to order us to remove an extra layer of security. So we freely acknowledge app review is not perfect. Those individual and cherry-picked examples should be measured against these overall numbers. There are more than 1.8 million apps in the App Store. 100% of all apps are automatically screened for known malware. 100,000 are reviewed each week by 500 expert reviewers, and Apple rejects a full 40% of apps due to glitches, bugs, or because they compromise user privacy or security. And it sounded like Epic thought that was a bad thing. The consumers think it's a good thing because it makes the product better. Epic also showed you some negative quotes from surveys that Apple does of its developers. Now, those same documents contain quotes that Epic doesn't want to show you. Developers who say, I gave the App Store a high rating. I love the new design of the App Store. As a consumer, the App Store has become a really great destination. The developer process is great. Keep up the great work that led to 24-hour and less review time. Overall, it's been a great experience. Those are all from separate developers, and there are many more that I could read this quote. So the point of this is not that there are some strongly positive or strongly negative comments among thousands of developers who have been surveyed. Of course there are. The point is that Apple collects this feedback from developers, escalates all the way up the top of the chain, the top of the company, to the executives, so that they can make the business decisions that will make the product better. And the proof is in the pudding. Epic is effectively saying to Apple in this case, why can't you just allow side loading like Android does? They are asking us to remove a competitive advantage. Epic wants us to be Android, but we don't want to be. And our consumers don't want that either. They want the choice. Look at this sentence from Epic's conclusions of law. They say, at most, app review provides an additional layer of security by filtering out obviously malicious or otherwise dangerous apps. Even if this one sentence that Epic grudgingly concedes is true, this alone would show that the reason for what Apple is doing is real and not a pretext. And while Epic says at most people would think filtering out malicious and dangerous apps is pretty important. So finally, Your Honor, moving on to Epic's tying claim. Under the law, a tie only exists where buyers are required to take a product. There are two problems with this. One is that IAP is not a product, and the second is that it's not required. As the court has already said in the PI order, the IAP system appears to be integrated with the App Store and historically to have never been a separate product. So the evidence will show that that is right. IAP has never been offered, marketed, or sold separately by Apple. It's not a separate product. And this makes sense because IAP is not a product at all. It is not, for example, a payment processor, as Epic likes to insist, Apple actually outsources payment processing to a third party, which in the United States is Chase Bank. So IAP is a complex functionality that performs various steps, including account checks, pre-sale checks, and fraud checks, to make sure that when a consumer and a developer engage in a digital transaction through the App Store, that transaction is as seamless and legitimate as possible. That transaction takes place on the device. IAP is also the most efficient way for Apple to collect its commission. As the Apple executives will explain, there are many ways to build a business. And IAP was the one that they chose to monetize the App Store because it best reflected the relationship that Apple wanted to have with consumers and developers. And it worked. For consumers, it reduces friction so that consumers don't have to enter their financial information all over the place. It means that Apple doesn't make money unless its developers make money, which aligns incentives. And it means that many apps in the App Store can be free, which helps attract more consumers to the store, which boosts revenue for all developers. Apple was not the first to do this, and it wasn't the last. There are many companies that do something similar. So not only is IAP not a product, it's also not required. It is the developer's choice how they want to monetize their app, and plenty do not choose in-app purchase. They can choose paid advertising or other promotions, and Epic knows this because it monetizes Fortnite in some of these other ways as well. The truth, Your Honor, is that Epic's time claim is really just an attack on Apple's 30% commission that Epic does not want to pay. And if that weren't already obvious, the Project Liberty documents say this in black and white. But while IAP functionality may be the most efficient way to collect the commission, it is not the commission itself. In a world without IAP, Apple would still be entitled to collect a commission, and developers would have to pay extra for the payment processing costs that Apple now covers. Costs would go up. Those costs could be passed down to consumers, who would also confront more friction when making transactions, which in turn would be bad also for developers. So that is not a world where consumers or developers would be better off. And it's not just with IAP, but in general, Epic's requested release will harm consumers and developers. And this point can perhaps be best made by asking ourselves the question, what would have happened if Epic had been granted the release they seek today, way back in 2010, when Epic now says that Apple's conduct is an antitrust violation because of its own enforcement of its own guidelines in its own store? We know what did happen, reflected on this chart, based on the trust that Apple has been able to build with its consumers. But what if none of this had ever happened? Or this? Or this? And what about the next 10 years? What will Apple's commitment to maintaining the security, safety, and privacy of the App Store, to maintaining the trust it has built with consumers, what will that bring over the next 10 years? Well, Epic's requested release will make sure that none of us ever finds out. And here's another problem. If Epic prevails, other ecosystems will fall too. As the court noted in her PI order, Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft all operate similar platform models to Apple. The court wanted to assess whether there would be serious ramifications for those businesses as well, where the evidence will show that there would be. We asked Mr. Sweeney if he thought that console manufacturers were monopolists in their own products, and he said yes. And it's true. If Epic can prevail on its theory, there will be nothing to distinguish any of these transaction platforms. They all charge the same commission. They nearly all prohibit sideloading or third-party app stores or both, and they all facilitate in-app purchases. Mr. Sweeney's personal preference that all platforms be open is directly contrary to what the antitrust laws say is pro-competitive. And the law protects Apple's choice to have an integrated system, just like it protects Sony and Nintendo. And so at the end of the day, Your Honor, to win this case, Epic is going to have to convince this court of so many things that don't make any sense. That the same games being played by the same people at the same time should not be grouped together. That a business model praised just last year by Epic's lead economist should be invalidated based on the testimony from that same economist. And that Apple's brand-defining commitment to safety, security, reliability, and quality are all just a big pretext. But the most dangerous thing that Epic is going to try to sell the court is the idea that consumers would be better off if Epic had its way. Nothing could be further from the truth. Epic speculates about a world where Apple is a different company, and is asking this court to make a big bet that that world is a better world than the one we live in. It isn't. The results for consumers and developers will be less security, less privacy, less reliability, lower quality, and less choice. And those are the very things that the antitrust laws seek to protect. Your Honor, we look forward to presenting our case to you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Connor. Ms. Forrest, your first witness.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Forrest, just give me a moment to go in. Ms. Forrest, your first witness.
Epic calls Mr. Timothy Sweeney.
You solemnly swear the testimony about the given on trial from the that's the truth and what about.
I did.
Please state your full name.
Hold on. Your mic's not on.
Okay.
Now let's try. We heard you, but we need to get the mic on.
Sorry, I'm Timothy Dean Sweeney, S-W-E-E-N-E-Y.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
All right, good morning, Mr. Sweeney. Where do you live, sir?
I live in Cary, North Carolina.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Cary, North Carolina.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed?
I work with Epic Games Incorporated.
And what is your position with Epic?
I'm the CEO and founder of the company.
And did you have anything to do with the decision by Epic to sue Apple in the case that has brought us here to trial today?
Yes, the CEO of Epic, it was my decision.
And without giving me any legal advice that you may have received, can you tell me what led Epic to sue Apple?
Certainly, Epic had been working in the iOS FS system since around 2010, and so we loved it in the early days. Over the following decade, it became increasingly apparent that Apple's control of the FS system was increasing prices and restraining developers from realizing their creative vision. And this led to a series of conversations that Epic attempted to have with Apple executives a number of times, starting in 2015 and going onward. None of us ever really connected with Apple. They were never willing to have high-level discussions with us. And so in June of 2020, I believe, I sent a letter to Tim Cook stating Epic's immediate concerns in the form of several requests of Apple, which I received a reply about in July, refusing all of them, and that led to my decision to launch Project Liberty and to confront Apple publicly.
And were there any particular Apple policies with which Epic disagreed at that time?
Yes, the two that really stand out are Apple's...
I'm going to interrupt only when I don't have a clear understanding of something in the question. And this will be consistent throughout the trial. So are you asking him for his view as of the 2020 letter to Apple, or when Project Liberty started, which I understand to be substantially before that?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Let me perhaps reword the question. Mr. Sweeney, at the time that Epic sued Apple, were there specific policies with which you disagreed?
Yes, the two major disagreements were over Apple's policy prohibiting all competing stores from existing on iOS, and Apple's policy requiring that all payment for digital goods in iOS apps use in-app purchase and pay to Apple a 30% commission.
All right. Now, let's back up a little bit. When did you first have your earliest experience working with an Apple device?
Around 1983, I was 12 years old, and my brother had given my family an Apple II Plus computer, which I learned to program on. That was my first experience with Apple.
When did you found the Epic company?
I started Epic Games in 1991.
And when did you first have any app that you released through the Apple App Store?
Epic Games in 2010 when the iPhone 3GS had come out. When the iPhone 3GS came out with the first amazing 3D capabilities in a mobile device, Epic began making an Unreal Engine technology work on iPhone devices. We initially released a technology demo called Epic Citadel, followed by our first iOS game release called Infinity Blade, I believe in 2010.
So you said Epic Citadel, and the next one?
Was called Infinity Blade.
Infinity Plague.
Yes.
Thank you.
Blade?
Yes.
And between 2010 and 2020, did you perceive there to be any changes in Apple policies?
Yes, that period. I'd initially been a fan of the iPhone model, but over time the policies became more and more restrictive. Apple continually ratcheted up the restrictions on developers, both through the policy statements and from the enforcement of them. At one point, I think one of the things that made the biggest impression on me was when Apple introduced search ads, so that when a user is searching for Fortnite, saw an ad for a third-party game come up above the listings for Fortnite. That's a very severe frustration with Apple to search.
And if there were issues with Apple policies in 2010, or were there any issues with Apple policies in 2010?
So Epic didn't initially take a critical view of Apple policies at that point in time.
Why did Epic wait until 2020 to sue Apple?
It took me a very long time to come to a realization of all of the negative impacts of Apple's policies. In particular, as in the very early days of iPhone games were built by a team of just a few people, and to reach a large audience, and it was very lucrative for developers. But over that period, game and app competition grew dramatically as the number of apps increased. There were many products being built by teams of 100 or more engineers or developers. The economic model had changed such that the average developer's profit margin, in my experience, was well under 30%. And so we got to a point where Apple was making more profit from selling a developer's app on the App Store than the developer typically was making themselves.
And Mr. Sweeney, we'll just be asking sort of about your particular experience with regards to Epic. And let me just move on to the next question. In your view, has Epic been harmed by Apple's policies as they existed at the time this lawsuit was filed in August 2020?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the court how Epic has been harmed?
Well, there are a number of areas. First of all, Apple is required use of in-app purchase reduces the quality of the support that we can provide to customers. Epic doesn't have the ability to issue refunds to customers, and so if a customer has a problem, we can't service them directly and have to refer them directly to Apple, to talk to Apple instead. Apple is in position as with 30% commission. Is a really significant economic drag on the economics of products, which certainly impacted Epic's pricing decisions and has led to the ability to reinvest less in our business than we otherwise would been able to if the commission weren't present. And Apple has also imposed a myriad of policies on individual features of our products, which has restricted them from achieving the sort of vision that we originally had for them, and in some cases prevented us from doing things which we did on other platforms with great success that were loved by customers. Yeah, so Apple's policies had, in many ways, prevented us from implementing the sorts of features that we wanted in Fortnite that we have been able to implement on other platforms.
Epic seeking damages in this lawsuit?
No, Epic is solely seeking changes to Apple's future behavior.
Have you ever heard of the term special deal?
Yes.
Is Epic seeking a special deal from Apple in connection with the filing of this lawsuit?
No, the remedies Epic is seeking here are changes to Apple's behavior that would affect the entire market and all participants in it.
Is there any portion of the remedy that Epic is seeking that is asking for app review to go away?
No, with respect to apps distributed through the iOS App Store, I'm a supporter of Apple's freedom to review apps.
And is there any portion of the remedy that Epic is seeking that is seeking to have Apple's in-app purchase functionality go away?
No, I support Apple's right to offer a purchasing system to developers that they may use with consumers. Epic is simply seeking the ability for other payment systems to compete with them on iOS so that developers can choose freely among them.
And we're going to turn for a moment to Epic's business. Can you describe to the court, as of today, what is Epic's business?
In a variety of businesses that all tied to the common theme of building and supporting real-time 3D content, both to consumer products and to developers and to other services that socially connect users together. The three major areas of our business are consumer products such as Fortnite, Rocket League, and House Party. Products aimed directly at developers, which enable them to develop their own apps or games, such as Unreal Engine and Epic Online Services. And we also operate a digital store that connects developers of PC and Mac games to consumers on the PC and Mac platforms called the Epic Game Store.
Right, we'll come back to some of these in a moment. But can you describe generally who some of Epic's competitors are in its various lines of business?
Oh, certainly. In the area of consumer apps, Our competitors range from other social ecosystem companies such as Facebook or Roblox to other game developers such as Activision, Fortnite Arts. In our business targeting developer tools, our Unwind and business and Epic Online Services business competitors include Unity, a maker of another 3D engine, and Microsoft and Amazon who build similar online service SDKs. And with respect to the Epic Game Store in the PC and Mac market, our competitors include stores that publish games from many publishers, stores that distribute games from many publishers, such as Steam and Good Old Games, to proprietary stores run by publishers themselves, such as Electronic Arts' Origin service and Activision's Blizzard service.
Is Apple a competitor of Epic's in any way?
Apple is a competitor of Epic on a number of businesses in various ways.
And can you describe some of those, please?
Certainly. Apple has an expanded role in publishing and distributing iOS games to Apple.
Sorry. The publishing industry?
Sorry. Apple operates Apple Arcade, a subscription game service, which to some extent competes with Epic's products. Apple provides SDKs of various sorts, such as sign-in with Apple, which to some extent competes with Epic's account system.
All right. And in terms of the distribution of apps, is there any competition between Epic and Apple?
There's not, because Apple bars us from operating a digital app store that could operate on the iOS platform.
Now,
I'm sorry, correct. However, Apple also operates the Mac App Store, and the Epic Game Store is to some extent in competition with the App Store, and that we both sell products to the same base of users.
You mentioned earlier in one of your answers the word publisher. What is the word?
Of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
Are non-gaming, if you can describe them.
Certainly, Fortnite has a mode called Fortnite Party Island, which includes a variety of entertainment experiences. Some are gaming, but others are not gaming related at all. We've held concerts within Fortnite. We've held previews of, we've we've showed several feature-length films within Fortnite that people could watch. It's sort of like a real-time 3D social session where you're watching something like a Netflix movie. We've hosted a number of other events, including Fortnight, an event where we showed some short films created by indie filmmakers. And we hosted a conversation, a pre-recorded social dialogue that players could visit and listen to and also talk about socially as they're within the 3D world of Fortnite.
And what are some of the game aspects of Fortnite?
The most popular gaming experience in Fortnite is Fortnite's Battle Royale mode. This is a 100-player experience where lone players or duos or squads drop into the island together and fight using fairly traditional game mechanics within the world of Fortnite until one team prevails at the end of the match.
Now, is there a word or term in the industry that you're aware of for this kind of user experience, the game and non-game user experience?
Yes, the industry has come to call this new medium that's emerging the metaverse.
And what?
The metaverse.
Metaverse. And how would you define the metaverse?
Well, the metaverse was defined in early science fiction literature in novels such as Snow Crash, which posited a future real-time computer-powered 3D entertainment and social medium in which real people would go into a 3D simulation together and have experiences ranging of all sorts, from social to gaming.
Is gameplay necessary to the metaverse or not necessary to the metaverse?
No, in the metaverse and in experiences like Fortnite, participants, players, if you call them that, can go on together and have a purely social experience. You could watch a concert or just hang out and chat. There are many ways to engage which do not require playing a game mode.
How many users does Fortnite have today, approximately?
The Fortnite has had over 400 million users experience the world of Fortnite in its lifetime.
And in August of 2020, what was the trajectory of the users for Fortnite? Mr. Sweeney, are you familiar with information relating to user usage of Fortnite?
Yes.
And how do you obtain that information?
The Fortnite business and analytics team tracks.
The business and what?
Analytics. Team tracks daily, monthly, and other usage statistics on Fortnite.
And do you review those statistics from time to time in connection with your duties and responsibilities?
Yes.
Are you familiar in a general sense with the trajectory of usage of Fortnite over time?
Yes.
Let's focus on the time period of 2020. Let's start in the 2020 sort of January time frame. Can you give me a general sense of the trajectory of Fortnite usage from then until the filing of the lawsuit in August of that year?
Yes, Fortnite was generally growing in that time frame.
Now, let's talk about some of what, before I get there, how many users were in Fortnite in approximately 2018, if you know?
Sorry, I don't remember the number.
Do you know whether it was more or less than the number that exists in Fortnite or the usage of Fortnite today?
It was fewer.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some of the concerts that you mentioned have occurred within Fortnite. Can you just remind us of the portion of the Fortnite app that the concerts occurred within?
Certainly. Fortnite concerts have occurred both within the Fortnite battle. Well, actually, I'm sorry, definitely. Our first concert was with the musician Marshmallow.
Before we even get there, which Fortnite you said has Battle Royale, Party Royale, and the creative mode. Which of those three, if any, of those portions of Fortnite hosted the concerts?
Most of our concerts have been in Fortnite Party Royale. One of our major concerts was in a mini mode that we created just for it. And I believe our original Metro concert, just about that collection, took place within the Battle Royale island.
All right. And have there been any concerts other than the Marshmallow concert that you've just mentioned?
Yes, we've had numerous concerts.
Have any of the concerts involved non-cartoon characters performing?
Yes, many of our concerts in Fortnite Party Island have taken place in a huge video stream in which the musicians themselves as humans appeared through the video stream, while Fortnite players participated as virtual 3D avatars.
And is there any competitive gameplay that occurs when these concerts are occurring?
No, the concert viewing experience is purely a social music listening experience and doesn't involve running or losing.
You've also mentioned that there were some movies that were hosted within Fortnite. Can you describe what some of those movies were?
Yes, we hosted 3 Christopher Nolan films.
You hosted a pre-what?
3 Christopher Nolan films. Sorry.
Mr. Sweeney, let's do a test. I'm hearing that the media on the phone line is having a difficult time hearing you. So you may be too close to the mic, so let's just do a test. And ask him a simple question, Ms. Force.
Mr. Sweeney, whose films were being hosted?
Christopher Nolan films.
All right. And how many of those films were hosted within Fortnite?
3 films, sir.
Let's keep it at this for a while and let you know. I'll interrupt again if I get more feedback.
All right. We'll try to be sort of shorter and we'll be able to articulate more to make sure that we're able to capture the sound appropriately. And was there any competitive gameplay that was associated with those films?
No.
Were those films only portions of films or were they an entire film?
These were full feature-length films.
Is there any other filmed entertainment that has been hosted within Fortnite?
Yes, we also hosted an event called Short Night, in which we hosted several short films, 3 to 5 minute segments created by indie filmmakers.
And when did these films, when were they hosted within Fortnite? Over what period of time, generally speaking?
These occurred over the last year and a half.
And in terms of the concerts, generally speaking, over what period of time did those concerts occur?
Over a period of, I believe, at least 2 years.
And has Fortnite hosted any television shows?
Yes, we've hosted at least 2.
Can you recall the names of the 2?
At least 2.
Can you recall the names of the 2 television shows that Fortnite hosted?
Yes, one is ESPN's The Ocho.
ESPN's
The Ocho.
OCHO?
Yes.
And can you recall the name of the other one?
I believe it was Discovery Channel's Tiger Shark King.
Okay, and do you recall approximately when those occurred?
Over the past 18 months.
Have there been any forms of community conversation within Fortnite?
Yes. We hosted an event called We the People. We presented a pre-filmed dialogue on racial equality and voter suppression in the United States in Fortnite Party Island. Participants could stand around in social groups so they could talk to each other through voice chat while listening to the presentation.
Was there any competitive gameplay in connection with the We the People community conversation?
No.
Was there any competitive gameplay in connection with the television shows that Fortnite hosted?
No.
Are there any other noteworthy events that have occurred within Fortnite that did not involve strike that? Were there any other noteworthy events that have occurred within Fortnite?
Yes. Fortnite evolved through a series of seasons, and several seasons have ended in major cinematic events. One was a cinematic event in the Marvel universe, and the other was a cinematic event in which the world of Fortnite was followed by a black hole. And players were left for a few days to wonder what would happen next, right before Fortnite Chapter 2 launched.
Are you familiar with the term updates?
Yes.
Is Fortnite updated from time to time?
Yes, we generally make a major update to Fortnite every 2 weeks.
What does that mean? What does it mean to update Fortnite?
Well, the world of Fortnite is constantly evolving. There are new places appearing in the world, and new forms of gameplay and color behavior constantly coming in over time. And these updates are critical for Epic to deliver all this new functionality to Fortnite participants.
Are you familiar with the term crossplay?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Crossplay refers to the ability of one player at one device to participate in a shared session in the Fortnite world together with other people on other platforms, such as the ability for iOS players to play in Fortnite in the same world as a PlayStation player.
And does Fortnite, has it supported crossplay over time?
Yes.
And what did it play any role? Did Epic play any role in the adoption of crossplay?
Yes, when Fortnite was released in 2017, a couple of the console platforms had restrictions on crossplay. And Epic went through a series of negotiations with Microsoft and with Sony over the period of 2018, which resulted in both Microsoft and Sony opening up to enable crossplay between their consoles and between every other platform, with the effect that every Fortnite player on all 7 different platforms was able to play together in that time frame.
Are there any benefits to crossplay?
In a social game like Fortnite, players typically play together with other friends, a duo or a squad. We're often playing socially or with voice chat. And so the magic of Fortnite is the ability to play together with people you know in the real world and to have a shared social experience, even if you're in different places and on different devices. And this sort of social app only works well for players if they can connect to all of their friends who want to play the game. If players are segregated by their device, so that Xbox players could only play with Xbox players and so on, then it would break up real-world social groups and impede people's ability to play together with their colleagues.
Does Fortnite support cross-progression?
Yes.
What does cross-progression mean?
Cross-progression refers to the capability of users who own multiple devices to connect to Fortnite on these different platforms and to have the same possession or state or ownership of virtual items on all different platforms. Meaning that if you go into Fortnite on iOS, for a time the Fortnite outfits you owned on iOS and the Fortnite record of progress you had would be carried over if you left iOS and went over to Xbox, or if you left Xbox and came back to iOS. So throughout the day you could go between these different devices in Fortnite without ever losing your place.
Does Epic charge for access to Fortnite?
No, Fortnite is free. Users on all platforms can download the game and play without paying any money.
How does Epic monetize Fortnite if it does?
So cosmetics within the game, which players can optionally purchase to enhance their appearance in the world of Fortnite.
Can you define what the word cosmetic means in connection with the world of Fortnite?
Cosmetic item is an item that changes your avatar's appearance in the world. pick as an outfit. You can either appear in Fortnite as a Marvel superhero or a giant banana. Fortnite cosmetics also include emotes, such as dances or gestures that you can make on your animated character in the world, and other fashion accessories.
You've mentioned the word avatar. What does the word avatar mean?
Avatar refers to your 2D character who is representing you in the real-time, three-dimensional world of Fortnite.
Now, have you heard of the phrase in-app purchase?
Yes.
What does that mean?
In-app purchase refers to the capability of a user to spend money within an app without having to leave the app and go to another place in order to get typically a benefit of some sort within the app.
And some of the items that you've mentioned, for instance, cosmetics, does Epic offer cosmetics as in-app purchases?
Yes, Epic sells many outfits through in-app purchase.
Is there any reason why Epic decided to or chose to offer in-app purchases?
So, we wanted to make our game as widely accessible as possible so that economics wouldn't limit somebody's access to Fortnite. And to build a business around that, we offered the optional ability for participants to purchase these outfits, which improves their appearance in an entirely optional and non-mandatory way.
Do any of the in-app purchases that are offered to users impact gameplay?
Yeah, one of the key principles of Fortnite Battle Royale is that you can never gain an advantage over another human by purchasing any sort of item in the game. All players participate on a level playing field, and the money they spend only determines how they appear or what dances they can do, and not how fast they can run. You can't spend money to go faster, to jump higher, to shoot more accurately, for example.
All right. And have you heard of the phrase out-of-app purchases?
Yes.
Can you compare in-app purchases to out-of-app purchases insofar as your experience with them relates to Fortnite?
In-app purchases are far more convenient than out-of-app purchases. Our user is in Fortnite, and we see our user is in Fortnite, and we see an interesting cosmetic item available. In-app purchase makes it possible for them to buy it immediately with just a few taps on their screen, whereas out-of-app purchase would require a player to leave Fortnite, perhaps open a web browser, navigate to a web page, and separately make a purchase there. Perhaps have to log in separately as well. So out-of-app purchase has far more friction than in-app purchase.
You spoke a few moments ago about Fortnite usage in 2020. Was this lawsuit in any way related to any trends in Fortnite usage in 2020?
No, the lawsuit is entirely about Apple's practices.
Was there a time when Fortnite was available through Apple's App Store?
No.
When was Fortnite first made available in the App Store?
We launched the beta version of Fortnite, I believe, in March of 2018. Soon updated it to a full release in, I believe, April 2018.
Why did Epic launch Fortnite on iOS?
After we launched Fortnite on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, we very quickly realized that Fortnite was transcending gaming. That people were often playing with their friends in a social way that was atypical for traditional games. And we also found many people were bringing their friends in to play Fortnite, even if their friends were not traditional gamers. And we realized it would be incredibly valuable to open up Fortnite to a much wider audience than the PC or console audience that we had so far reached. Smartphones, both iOS and Android, reach a far larger audience than consoles, and so we really wanted to enable Fortnite players to be able to play with all of their friends across all devices you might own.
Does iOS have any importance to Epic?
Yes, iOS is a vital platform for our business.
And does iOS have any importance for the future of Epic's business?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Well, our aim with Fortnite is to build something like the metaverse from science fiction. And so far we've reached around 400 million participants. And we've largely saturated the available audience of console gamers and PC gamers. Whereas there's a far larger audience of smartphone users, and reaching the entire base of Apple's 1 billion iPhone consumers is a paramount goal for our companies as Fortnite expands beyond being a game into the larger world of the metaverse.
Let's circle now back to some background about Epic. How did Epic Games come into existence? Can you describe its origin story?
I started the company in 1991. Initially called Potomac Computer Systems, after my hometown. And then at that time I released my first game. And then in 1992, I released my second game called Joe is the Jungle, and upgraded the company's name to Epic Mega Games.
And where is Epic's principal place of business?
Epic is now located in Cary, North Carolina.
Where is Epic incorporated?
Epic is still incorporated in Maryland.
Does Epic have offices other than in Cary, North Carolina?
Yes, Epic has offices all around the United States and around the world.
Can you describe some of the places around the world where Epic has offices?
Certainly, we're in Canada, we're in France, Germany, Sweden, Finland. We have an Asian presence in Korea, Japan, and China.
How many people approximately does Epic employ today?
Epic employs just over 3,200 people now.
In 2020, what were Epic's approximate annual revenues?
Epic made approximately $5.1 billion in gross revenue in 2020.
And what did Epic do, or what does Epic do with the revenues it earns?
Epic very heavily reinvests in the future growth of our business through hiring and through funding business initiatives of various sorts.
Does Epic employ any engineers?
Yes, Epic employs roughly 900 engineers around the world.
All right. And as the CEO of Epic, do you receive reports on Epic's business from time to time?
Yes.
And can you describe what some of those reports are?
And certainly, I received status reports, which are widely circulated around the company from all of the major initiatives underway. And I and the Epic Board of Directors received regular financial reports on the state of our business.
All right. And I'd like to hand the witness, if I may approach, Your Honor, PX 2455. I'll hand it to counsel as well. I'm sure Mr. Doran, let me see if you copy that file. PX 255, PX 2456. Did I say 255? 2455 was the first one. PX 2456, PX 2463, and we'll stop there. Okay. I'm just waiting first to take a look at those three documents. You know, I have a binder that I couldn't in the court if it's easier, or if you've got me.
We pulled them this morning.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sweeney, do you first recognize what is then marked for identification as PX2455?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a financial report in summary form from Epic CFO Randy Gelber to Epic Sports Director.
Is it something that you received?
Yes.
In connection with your duties and responsibilities at Epic?
Yes.
Let's turn, if we can, not offer them, let me offer right now. Your Honor, I'd like to offer PX2455 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So, this whole set, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so 2455, 56, and 63 are admitted.
All right, thank you. You can put those to the side, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to talk now about some of the Epic lines of business that we discussed earlier. Can you describe some of the apps that Epic develops? You mentioned a few, but could you describe them and speak slowly and clearly, because some of the names may be unusual?
Yes. Our biggest app right now is Fortnite, a social entertainment experience. We have several games that we're actively developing, including Rocket League, a game about cars playing soccer, and Fall Guys, which is a virtual 3D game show. And we make House Party, which is a social video application, sort of like a version of Zoom that's for groups of friends.
Is House Party a gaming app?
No.
How about, have you heard of something called the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
What is the Unreal Engine?
Engine is a development tool aimed at 3D content creators, rather than consumers. It contains content creation tools, real-time 3D graphics capabilities, and real-time physics and simulation technology that is used by a wide variety of industries to make a variety of 3D content.
Is the Unreal Engine a gaming app?
No.
Is it an app?
Yes.
Is the Unreal Engine distributed on iOS?
The Unreal Engine development tool includes facets that are distributed on iOS.
And for how long have facets of the Unreal Engine been distributed on iOS?
I believe for at least 2 years.
And House Party, is House Party distributed on iOS?
Yes.
For approximately how long has House Party been distributed on iOS?
I believe for at least 2 years.
Is House Party available on other platforms?
You said for 2 years?
Yes, I understand.
Is House Party available on any other platforms?
Yes, House Party is also available on Android, Windows, and Mac.
Is the Unreal Engine available on any other platforms apart from iOS?
Unreal Engine supports the creation of apps, which come on at least 8 different platforms.
And are there apps that are made using the Unreal Engine that are distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Does Epic make software, other tool software other than the Unreal Engine?
We also make an online software development kit called Epic Online Services.
Does the Epic Online Services go by any acronym?
Yes, we call it EOS.
And before we actually leave the Unreal Engine, can you describe for us approximately how many developers use the Unreal Engine?
We've had more than 7 million users install the software over our lifetime, and we have roughly 500,000 monthly active users.
And can you describe some of the software that has been created with the Unreal Engine?
And certainly the list includes games such as Player Unknown's Battlegrounds, Rocket League, and literally thousands of other games. It also includes architectural creation apps built by third parties. It includes video production apps used in television production. And it includes virtual production software that is used in the production of films and television, such as Disney Plus's The Mandalorian series.
Are there apps that are created by third parties using the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
And are those apps distributed on any platforms?
Yes. To my knowledge, we've had apps distributed by third parties on at least Windows and Mac.
And does Epic earn revenue from the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
Can you describe how Epic earns revenue from the Unreal Engine?
Certainly. We have a business model that enables anybody to download and begin using the Unreal Engine for free. And then we have a variety of business terms under which users may distribute commercial products built using the Unreal Engine.
And are you familiar with an app called PUBG?
Yes.
What is PUBG?
PUBG is a game for computers, consoles, and mobile devices built using the Unreal Engine.
Is PUBG distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called Perfect Swing Golf?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's an iOS app built using the Unreal Engine.
How many users use apps built with the Unreal Engine, if you can estimate?
At least hundreds of millions.
Does Epic charge anything for the initial download to a developer of Unreal Engine?
No, the initial download is free.
Let's talk for a moment again about Epic Online Services. What is Epic Online Services?
Epic Online Services is a software development kit that we make available to other game developers. It provides many of the social features that we built for Fortnite and makes them available to other companies, such as Epic's account system, Epic's matchmaking system to put players together into a shared game session. It includes Epic's friend system, and we're soon to release the Epic Games voice system for voice chat.
All right, and you mentioned the phrase software development kit in connection with that answer. Is there an acronym by which that word is known?
Yes, SDK.
What platforms do the EOS SDK support?
They support iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, Linux, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch.
Can the EOS SDK be used in apps that don't use the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
What other engines could it use?
Well, it is available in a variety of programming languages and can be used in the Unity engine, the open source Godot engine, or in-house engines used and created by developers.
Does Epic charge developers for the initial download of EOS?
No.
Does Epic charge developers for the access to EOS at all?
No.
Why does Epic make EOS available to developers?
Epic's benefit in making this SDK available is the growth of our social ecosystem. Games that use the EOS friend system have access to all of their friend connections, over 2 billion connections that players made in Fortnite, and they can access those in other games. And when players add new social connections in third-party games, And Epic benefits by the larger social graph. It means more players can connect together with their friends using multi-platform middleware services.
You mentioned earlier that Epic distributes apps through the Epic Game Store. Is the Epic Game Store sometimes known as EGS? Yes. And on what platforms is EGS currently available?
The Epic Game Store is available for Windows and Mac computers.
Can you describe for the court the process by which a user would be able to obtain an app from the EGS, from the Epic Game Store, onto a Mac computer?
Certainly. If you have not installed the Epic Game Store, the first step is to go to Epic's website, epicgames.com. There's a download button that says Get Epic Games. A user clicks that and then installs the Epic Games Store directly onto their Mac through our website. And then they can run the store and either purchase games or obtain free games through the Epic Games Store in a user interface.
Are you aware of whether or not there have in fact been instances in which the Epic Game Store has been downloaded onto Macs?
Yes.
And are you aware of any security issues that the Epic Game Store has introduced onto any Mac devices onto which it's been downloaded?
No, not.
Can you tell us a little bit about the history of the Epic Game Store?
Certainly. We began creating the precursor to it.
You began creating
the precursor to the Epic Game Store in 2012 as a vehicle for distributing Epic's own products to our customers. At this point, it was called the Epic Games Launcher. The first product we launched was not a game, it was the Unreal Engine in 2014. And we distributed it directly to consumers through this app. Over time, we released several other Epic products into the Epic Games Launcher. But our intent all along was to make it available as a store for hosting games from other developers. And we launched the Epic Games Store as a storefront for multiple publishers' games in late 2018. Over that, since then, we've been adding features and expanding the capabilities of the store.
At the time that Epic launched the Epic Game Store, did it have plans to include different types of apps?
Yes, that was our intention.
Can you describe some of the different types of apps that Epic planned to include in the store when it was first launched?
Well, our aspiration was to become a general distribution vehicle for any type of software. We were initially thinking about getting tools from third-party developers because we had a large audience for the Unreal Engine tool. Our intent was to be a broad-based distribution vehicle for any kind of software for the devices we supported.
And today, does the Epic Game Store distribute games?
Yes.
And today, does the Epic Game Store distribute any non-games?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the app Spotify?
Yes.
What is the app Spotify?
I take it you're making a distinction between today and when the lawsuit was filed, right?
Let me clean that up, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Sweeney, in August of 2020, did the Epic Game Store host any non-game apps?
Yes. Since its inception, the Epic Game Store has hosted the Unreal Engine.
Anything beyond that?
No, not until 4 months ago.
When did Spotify first go on to the Epic Game Store?
I don't remember the date. I believe it was 3 or 4 months ago. I apologize.
All right. And are there any other non-game apps currently distributed through the Epic Game Store?
Yes, there are several.
Can you name them and the type of app they are for the court?
Certainly, there would be Brave web browser, There's CanShape, a creation tool for artists. There is itch.io, third-party store hosted by our store.
Okay. Does the Epic Games Store charge developers a commission for the apps that it distributes?
Charges a commission only when developers use our payment method, which we provide as an option.
If a developer does not use the payment method that EGS provides, does Epic charge a commission in any other way?
The Epic charges no commissions when developers use their own payment method for in-app purchases. That's to note that normally to distribute a paid game in the Epic Games Store currently is with the initial paid transaction occurring using Epic's payment method.
All right, so there are two different types of commissions, is that right, through the Epic Games Store?
There is a commission on the initial sales of an app if it's not free, which is mandatory, and then there is a commission on in-app purchases, which is only charged when a developer uses our payment processing method.
How did Epic, what is the commission rate that's charged by the Epic Games Store for the initial purchase of an app?
It's 12% of gross revenue.
And how much is the commission rate for that Epic charges for an in-app purchase?
It's 12% when our payment processing is used.
All right. And what does the 12% cover?
12% is intended to cover all of Epic's variable operating costs. The cost of processing an additional transaction.
And does Epic make a profit with its 12% commission? And let's focus on in-app purchases.
Epic makes a gross profit on the variable costs associated with a new purchase, meaning we make more money from the 12% that typically costs us to cover the cost of that additional purchase. But that does not account for all of the store's costs, such as marketing and exclusive products.
Is the Epic Games Store currently profitable?
No, when we consider all of the costs of the Epic Games Store, it's hundreds of millions of dollars short of being profitable because of the upfront investments we made in the store.
And is that true also in August of 2020? Was the Epic Games Store profitable at that time?
It was not possible then.
Is there any projection that you have as to when the Epic Games Store will achieve profitability?
We don't have detailed financial projections for the long term, but we have a general expectation of becoming profitable within 3 or 4 years currently.
Is the Epic Games Store currently available on iOS?
No.
Why not?
Apple does not allow third parties to distribute stores for iOS.
You mentioned a moment ago that Epic has a payment processing system. Is there a name for that?
We are nowadays calling it Epic Direct Payment.
All right. Where is Epic Direct Payment used?
It's used as the default payment method in the Epic Games Store for Windows and Mac, and it is the payment service that we introduced when we launched Fortnite on iOS.
All right.
When we launched Fortnite's direct payment service on iOS.
And for third-party developers whose apps are distributed through the Epic Games Store, do they have to use the Epic Direct Payment System?
No, they are not required to.
Prior to August 2020, had the Epic Direct Payment System processed any transactions on any platform?
Yes.
Prior to August of 2020, approximately what was the volume of transactions that the Epic Direct Payment System had processed?
Between the Fortnite open platforms and the Epic Games Store, we had processed over $1 billion of financial transactions.
And are you aware of any security issues introduced onto any devices as a result of the use of the Epic Direct Payment System?
No.
Does Epic have any plans for Epic Direct Payment on iOS?
So Epic introduced the Epic Direct Payment into Fortnite on iOS. And it's a general service that we would like to be able to make available to other developers in the future if we weren't allowed to.
Are there any benefits that Epic believes it derives from the use of the Epic Direct Payment system?
No.
And can you describe this for us?
One is customer contacts us for support. If we process that customer's payment directly, we have far more knowledge about the details of the payment and far more control over issuing refunds or partial refunds or investigating anything that went wrong. Because we have direct access to our payment service, whereas Apple's in-app purchase system, we have no way to help a customer who needs a refund. We simply have to tell them to go talk to Apple.
Now, let's turn to where Epic does business. Where does Epic do business geographically?
We do business in most of the world.
Let's take some of the business lines one by one. Where geographically is the Epic Game Store available?
It's available for download from any place that we can access our website, and customers are allowed to create accounts for it in any territory that isn't subject to U.S. export restrictions.
And where are the apps that Epic develops available geographically?
Where the Epic Game Store is available.
And is that true with regard to Fortnite?
Yes, with the exception of China, which we are not operating a version of Fortnite that is publicly available.
Okay. And we've talked about the Unreal Engine. Where is the Unreal Engine available geographically?
The Unreal Engine is available everywhere in the world that isn't subject to certain U.S. export restrictions.
And how about the SDK that is referred to as the EOS, the Epic Online Services? Where is that available geographically?
It is the same. It's the same.
And how about Epic Direct Payment? Where does Epic Direct Payment process transactions geographically?
We process transactions either directly or through payment processing partners in at least 100 different countries.
All right. Let's turn to a different topic. Do you own
going to take a break here in 3 minutes, so is now a good time?
Now would be a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. So we will stand in recess until 1:15. Right.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I'm vaccinated, don't worry.
That's great, but let's follow protocol.
So Judge Chin and the jury coming in about the same time you have people coming in. I was just wondering which one's going to be the more priority, the jurors or your judge? Get everything before there's a lot.
I don't know.
You don't know, you don't have an answer.
I don't have an answer.
You're supposed to say YGR is more important than
what I want to say is this is all real stupid and this shouldn't be happening right now. Anyway, I never said that.
Oh, Your Honor, I was just wondering who's got the priority tomorrow morning if we get backed up. You want your people, I hear, they have to be here at 8 in your courtroom, right? No, well, the jurors are coming in anywhere between 7:30 and... I'm going to tell them the jurors are okay. You open up at 7, right? Correct. They can sit in the conference room. Okay. All right, but he's in tomorrow, you know that, right? That's Jim? Yeah. Okay. That's the question.
Very well.
All right, thank you. See you. Nice seeing you back.
Thanks. Hey, did you get your break? Oh, okay, yeah, they're in there. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I know. It's a little weird, but... If you need anything else, Francis, let me know. Yeah. All these little things. Right. He has just such a bad accent. Is it an accent? It's not. It's just a number. No. Like a surfer dude accent or something? Ready Player One? I never saw that movie. No. The gamer guy who put the whole universe together. That's who we don't like. Oh. He just. If you see that, it's a cute movie. I like it. Oh yeah. If you ever see it, that's the movie I want. I see.
You don't want to say something?
No,
I am. Can we convene a law clerk discussion of overnight?
If we could, yeah.
I thought like 5.
Okay. I was gonna ask how we would do that, or we last Christmas, but I don't know what that is, so we could do it.
It's probably best if it's something that needs to be posted in a quick manner. Yeah.
Oh, but if it's not, then.
I mean, I don't know. We could ask her. She's always like staying up way too late trying to post stuff. So, I would like to close that door just so people don't sneak up on me if I have the headphones on to block out the work that's going on outside. And because I did have like a CSO walk in on me, and I didn't realize he was there. So it was right here. Well, I just want to let you know I can close it. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to close it. So it's unlocked.
Okay.
You got that? Just because. 16.
So I'm gonna have to get with Wilmar, and he's gonna have to.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna.
There's sound. It takes a second to come up. So. I'm testing on the defense table right now, just so everybody checks knows I'm testing on the defense table.
Now let's discuss a research system designed.
Okay. All right. I'm going to switch back because plaintiff will need it over there. I'm going to switch over plaintiff. Okay, mics are on. The mics are on the tables. Mics are on. We'll probably hear conversations at the table. Okay.
You can go ahead and sit up there. Watch when she comes back into the court. Be over here, and then when she comes back in, I'll get you on the stand. Unless, Ms. Jones, you put the witnesses on the stand before the judge comes back in?
Yeah, it's fine to go up. That's fine. Thank you for asking me. So, Mr. Doran, I turned on that front mic in case you wanted, though you've been great about standing up if you needed to say, it's up to you. Standing is good, but I did turn on that. Yeah, just go ahead and tap it. I've got it to be sure I've got the right one turned on. Yeah, just to let you know, but that's okay. And then I do the same on the plaintiff's table, turn on the one mic. But just to let you know, all the sound now at the table will be carried over the hot mic. Okay, the judge is going to come right out at 1:15. That's 2 minutes. 2 minute warning.
And do you have water up there?
I mean, I'm just, you know what? I just want you to know we have plugged one thing friends and you keep hearing the people, so that's so. Yeah. Right, either way, yeah, yeah. All right, remain seated, court is in session, come to order. All right, we are back on the record. Also will reflect that the parties are present. Mr. Sweeney is on the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, does Epic make any apps for smartphones?
Yes.
What is a smartphone?
A smartphone is, to me, it's a portable supercomputer. It has the capabilities of a cell phone. It has a high-resolution screen, touch input, and internet connectivity that is connected to a cellular network.
Are you familiar with the term feature phone?
Yes.
What is a feature phone?
feature phone is something like a cell phone that can name it here. There's a device for making phone calls and sending and receiving text messages, but generally that's the ability to run sophisticated apps.
And does Epic make any apps for feature phones?
No.
Why not?
Feature phones don't have nearly the performance or features required to run modern apps or entertainment experience like Fortnite.
Let's talk about the word native app. Are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
What is a native app?
A native app is a program that is able to run directly on the hardware of the device and has full access to the CPU, the device's processor and graphics capabilities as the extent the operating system exposes them, and it runs at full performance on the device.
And you've used the phrase operating system. What's an operating system?
An operating system is a piece of software that runs at the highest level of security on the device and maintains the isolation of applications running on the device and supports them. The operating system ensures that apps don't access data that are not allowed to access and prevents apps from interfering with each other.
And can you name some types of operating systems?
There are computer operating systems like Apple's Mac OS and Microsoft Windows, and there are smartphone operating systems like iOS and Android and others.
And does Nintendo for the Switch have an operating system?
Yes.
And does it have a particular name?
Generally, the console platforms use proprietary operating systems or variations of an open source operating system that aren't given a brand name for themselves.
So is that true also for Xbox? Does Xbox have an operating system?
Yes.
And it doesn't have a particular name?
I think it has various names it's referred to as internally, but it isn't marketed as a brand.
Is Fortnite available as a native app?
Yes.
On what platforms is Fortnite available as a native app?
Currently, Windows, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Android.
And
Android.
And prior to August 2020, was Fortnite available as a native app on any other platform in addition to the ones you just mentioned?
Yes, it was also available on iOS and Mac OS.
Why does Epic make Fortnite available on so many platforms?
Fortnite is a social experience. The key to success and longevity is the ability for players to connect with all of their friends. And so that requires supporting all of, not only the device that you might own as a gamer, but all of the devices your friends might own in order to connect to them.
Let's talk about the iOS platform. What are the ways to distribute a native app on the iOS platform?
The iOS App Store is the general way of distributing apps to consumers. However, Apple makes a number of other mechanisms available for limited purpose distribution, for example, to enterprise employees or to testers working on a software development environment.
In your experience, is the enterprise way of distributing an iOS app open to consumers for native app distribution?
No, Apple forbids its Apple Enterprise Program mechanisms of software installation on iOS from being used for consumer app distribution.
You also mentioned a test environment. Is that test environment available for consumers for native iOS app distribution?
It's not available for general distribution of apps to consumers, although if a particular consumer were participating in a small-scale test, you might be able to access a given app that way.
Are you familiar with the term side loading?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Sideloading refers to the ability to install software onto a device from a source other than the platform's official store.
Does iOS allow sideloading generally for consumers?
iOS does not allow sideloading.
Does the Mac OS environment allow for sideloading?
Yes.
Let's talk about something called a web app. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What's a web app?
A web app is an application written to run within a web browser using the web browser's limited technologies for display, such as HTML, and its limited abilities for programming, such as JavaScript. A web app will generally run within a web browser on different platforms.
So how is a web app different from a native app?
A web app is limited to the set of APIs available within a web browser, which are considerably more limited and less powerful than the capabilities available to native apps. And they also have memory limitations and other constraints applied to them within this web browser environment.
Is Fortnite available as a web app?
No.
Why not?
Web apps are not nearly powerful enough to run a modern 3D real-time experience such as Fortnite.
Have you heard of the phrase video game streaming?
Yes.
What does that phrase mean?
Game streaming refers to an emerging usage scenario where a user will attempt to play a game on a device while the software for the game is actually running on a server hosted somewhere else in the cloud. And instead of the software running natively on the user's device, the user's device essentially sends input over to the cloud server. The cloud server runs the app and then streams video back to the user's device so the user can see what the app is doing on the cloud server and be able to interact with this cloud-hosted app in real time.
So in the streaming scenario, the app is running off of a server, and in the native environment, it's running off of the operating system directly?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to whether or not the user experience for Fortnite differs at all when an app for Fortnite is being streamed versus run natively?
Yes.
Could you describe that to the court, please?
In the case of web streaming, the experience is very highly dependent on the quality of the user's internet connection. Because rather than seeing your actions reflected immediately on screen, you have to wait for your input to be sent to the server and for the resulting video to be sent back to you. And so unless the user has a very high quality internet connection, and it's very close to a data center, the experience is degraded often significantly, both in the form of reduced bandwidth, so lower graphical quality, and higher latency, meaning more lag between when you try to aim in Fortnite and when you actually see the resulting movement occur. And then additionally, there are often significant costs associated with hosting these servers in the cloud. Instead of running the application on the device which the user has already purchased, there's additional hardware involved that has to be paid for somehow, and there's bandwidth that has to be paid for.
Is Fortnite currently available for streaming on iOS?
No.
Does Epic have any plans to make Fortnite available for streaming on iOS?
Yes. Epic is working with NVIDIA and their GeForce, GeForce now service to experiment and privately test a version of Fortnite which runs on NVIDIA servers, but which players can experience from an iOS device using the Safari web browser.
As you sit here today, do you have any view as to whether or not that would provide a user experience comparable to the use of Fortnite running as a native app?
Well, in my experience using it, it has significantly higher latency and lower graphical quality. For other users, the experience varies, and certainly there'll be additional costs. And for users, in order to access the game in this way.
Can you explain what you mean by additional costs for users?
Yes. Well, within Video's GeForce Now service, to be able to play a game anytime, you have to be a subscriber and pay a fee for video. So they have a free version of the service where users can line up and wait for a free server to become available so they can play. The cost associated with buying additional hardware since the device isn't running on since the application is not running on the device the user already owns. An additional cost of bandwidth needed to move the data back and forth, and the cost of bandwidth is to some extent attributed to the data center using the bandwidth, but also if the user is using a smartphone on a wireless data plan, then there would be perhaps additional charges for very high bandwidth usage.
I'm familiar with something called a console.
Yes.
What is a console?
A console is a fixed function device that is typically plugged into a television and controlled using a game controller or joystick. Specifically on games and entertainment experiences, some of the consoles will stream videos or Netflix and other services.
And what companies make consoles?
Microsoft makes Xbox, Sony makes PlayStation, and Nintendo makes the Switch.
And do you have familiarity with the Microsoft Xbox?
Yes.
And do you have familiarity with the performance of the Microsoft Xbox?
Yes.
Do you have familiarity with the performance of the Sony PlayStation?
Yes.
And do you have familiarity with the Nintendo Switch performance?
Yes.
Right. Is Fortnite available on each of the devices, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch?
Yes.
Are there any differences that you're aware of in the performance of Fortnite on a console versus on a smartphone?
Yes, the performance of Fortnite on the Nintendo Switch is similar to many smartphones. The performance of Fortnite on Xbox and PlayStation is typically much higher. You have higher graphics fidelity. You have certain graphical features which are available only on high-end consoles and PCs, such as advanced shadows and reflections that make the 3D world of Fortnite more realistic.
All right. Are you familiar with the power source for the Switch?
Yes, the Switch is unique in that it can either be plugged into the wall and a television and run with very high performance, or it can be used as a handheld device that's not plugged in using a battery and connected to a Wi-Fi network.
How does the performance of Fortnite in particular vary between the smartphone and the Switch, if there is any difference?
The performance of Fortnite on smartphones and Switch is similar. The big difference with Switch is that it only works when it's connected to a Wi-Fi network, so you can't use it in many on-the-go scenarios.
All right, I'm going to show you some devices and ask you if you recognize them. I'll put you
So, Ms. Forrest, as you know, our movable, if you're not standing at the mic, no one outside this courtroom, and in fact, maybe not even people in the courtroom can hear you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bornstein, maybe you all can move that table over for her so that she can actually access it while she's at the mic.
All right, Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to show you a device that has been labeled for identification as PX277. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Am I going to get to take this one home? I've mentioned before, my daughter uses the Switch, so.
Mr. Sweeney, Sweeney, do you recognize the device that I have placed in your hand that has been marked for identification as PX277?
Yes, it's the PlayStation 5.
All right, and why don't you put that one down? And let me show you what's been marked for identification as PX2778. Mr. Sweeney, do you recognize what's been marked for identification as PX2778?
Yes, this is an Xbox Series X.
And lastly, let me show you what's been marked for identification as PX2776. Mr. Sweeney, do you recognize what's been marked as PX2776?
Yes, this is a Nintendo Switch.
Your Honor, I would offer these three devices, PX2777, 2778, and 2776 into evidence.
Okay, well, I'll admit them, and we will, I do have to say, one of my favorite cases was a wine trademark case, and I admitted into evidence about 30 bottles of wine. And at the end of the case, I did send out an order to all the parties saying, within the next 30 days, you must retrieve all your evidence or the court will dispose of it. At which point in day 31, all of the law clerks came to chambers and we promptly disposed of the evidence. Go ahead.
Mr. Sweeney, does Epic have any Fortnite distribution agreements with console makers?
Yes.
And does Epic pay the console makers any form of compensation in connection with those distribution agreements?
Yes.
And what's the word for the compensation that's paid?
It's generally called a commission or a console fee.
And what's the typical, if there is a typical commission that Epic pays to the console makers for distribution?
It's 30%.
And prior to August 2020, did Epic pay Apple a commission in connection with the distribution of Fortnite?
Yes.
In Epic's view, is there a difference between the 30% commission that it pays to console makers and the 30% commission it paid to Apple prior to August 2020?
Objecting, Your Honor. First of all, foundation. The question was, is this to Epic as opposed to Mr. Sweeney? And second of all, it calls for a narrative.
I'm sorry?
He said calls for a narrative. I don't think it calls for a narrative. That's overruled. But you can rephrase with respect to the other.
All right. Mr. Sweeney, in your view as the CEO of Epic, is there any difference between the 30% commission that is paid to console makers by Epic and the 30% commission that's paid by Epic to Apple?
Yes.
Can you please describe that for the court?
Yes, the general bug in the console industry has long been the idea that console hardware is often sold at or below its manufacturing cost in order to bring in a larger user base. And then that cost is offset by contributions by the software developers to the hardware. And so the intended effect of this is quite different in the smartphone model, where the user buys a device by a business that's typically making a profit, and then the publishers are forced to pay a commission to the platform maker outside of any negotiated economic bargain, which is aimed at making hardware more widely available to customers in a generally.
Could I ask you, Fortnite, is there a version of Fortnite that you're using right now? Or is it just Fortnite? Fortnite 10, Fortnite 2.0?
Yeah, well, Fortnite's just evolving. We've never created a sequel.
Okay, so in 2007 or 2008, was Fortnite, the technology required to play Fortnite, could that have been played on an iPhone?
But no, Your Honor, in that time frame, the iPhone was not powerful enough to play a game as graphically elaborate as Fortnite.
So even though you've mentioned that there's something about the console hardware, Apple did have to do something to the iPhone itself, right, in terms of the technology of the iPhone, in order for it to be sophisticated enough to play your software.
No.
So how is that any different from consoles? Not so much about the payment piece, but about the development of the technology that allows your product to be played.
Well, the development of the hardware technology and the operating system is very similar. My comparison is only between the differences of the business models underlying the different platforms.
Yes, let me just see, Your Honor, if I can ask a few questions in that area. Mr. Sweeney, are there any graphical performance differences between the iPhone as it exists in August 2020 and the consoles as they existed in August 2020?
Yes, the consoles have considerably more graphics performance, therefore the capability of displaying more realistic images.
And are there any other differences between the speed at which the consoles were able to execute the Fortnite application on consoles versus on a smartphone?
Consoles generally have more computing performance, so they're able to run more realistic simulations such as particle systems.
Does Epic distribute Fortnite on PCs?
Yes.
And how is Fortnite obtained for a PC?
Fortnite on PC is available from the Epic Games Store. You obtain it by installing the Epic Games Store from our website if you don't already have it, and then clicking a button to download Fortnite, which is available for free.
All right. And can you compare the performance of Fortnite on a PC versus the performance on a smartphone?
The PC ranges have some very low-end laptop devices, which have
low-end laptop
devices, which have similar performance to a high-end smartphone, all the way up to desktop PCs, which have far more performance, sometimes 20 times more graphics performance.
Okay. And do these differences and similarities have any significance for gaming?
Yes, it makes the experience of Fortnite very different between console, PC, and smartphone devices.
Let's change topics for a moment. And you mentioned Project Liberty earlier, and at the very outset of the testimony. What was Project Liberty?
Project Liberty is the code name that we gave within Epic to our project to challenge the smartphone makers' policies, both Apple's and Google's.
Let's put Project Liberty to one side for a moment. Can you think of any instances in which that you're aware of when Epic deliberately broke any Apple rules in connection with the distribution of Fortnite on iOS, other than Project Liberty?
No, not aware.
Has Epic ever operated at variance from Apple's policies that you're aware of?
Yes.
And can you describe the incidents or instances that you're aware of?
Well, there's two general cases. One is we've found a misunderstanding of policies, or we've had bugs in our software which caused a policy violation. And number two, we've at many times talked to Apple about the policy and received a waiver from the policy, either for a limited period of time or in general.
All right. Are you familiar with something called the Apple Enterprise Program?
Yes.
What is that?
The Apple Enterprise Program is an Apple program enabling corporations to develop software for iOS and to distribute their iOS software directly to their employees without being subject to the iOS review guidelines and without distributing their app through the iOS App Store.
Are you familiar with something called an Enterprise Certificate?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a software signing certificate, which enables an enterprise or a corporation to place their own stamp of approval on software, and allowing users to have that certificate installed on their iOS device to install software from that corporation without going through the App Store.
Was there ever any time that Epic considered the feasibility of using an enterprise certificate to distribute an app?
Yes, I started a project to explore the technical and legal feasibility of using Apple Enterprise certificates in order to distribute software directly to consumers on iOS.
Did Epic ever distribute an app to consumers using an Apple Enterprise certificate?
No.
Let's turn to the summer of 2020. Did there come a time when Apple removed Fortnite from the App Store?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately the date?
That was August 13th, 2020.
All right. Prior to August 13th, 2020, did you have any discussions with Apple regarding any changes that you wanted them to make?
Yes, Epic had attempted to have discussions with Apple leadership since at least 2015, and possibly earlier. We did know Apple had not been willing to have a serious discussion on the topic. So around June of 2020, I sent Apple leadership a letter with some very specific requests by Epic to Apple to allow us to release an iOS, a store for iOS, and to accept that payment on iOS.
Was there other correspondence that you exchanged with Apple prior to August of 2020 that relate to the same general set of issues?
I remember
you don't have to describe all of them, just whether or not there was.
The thing is, there were around a dozen outreach attempts by myself and Epic Vice President Mark Yalom to try to arrange a meeting with Apple leadership folks to discuss opening up iOS as a platform. And other than a chance encounter between myself and Mike Fisher for about 5 minutes, there was no discussion at all.
I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as DX4477. Your Honor, may I approach? On the list that had been provided earlier, it came up during the opening this morning, so I can provide Your Honor with a copy right now, or the clerk if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine. 4477?
It's DX4477. Would the clerk like a copy as well?
Okay, I should say there were no discussions between Epic and Apple leadership folks other than the next issue discussion. It sounds like the opportunity to share my thoughts with various Apple employees at a lower level.
Do you have a copy, Mr. Dorn?
Thank you.
Could review this document, Mr. Sweeney, and let me know when you've done so.
Yes.
All right. Can you recognize it's been marked for identification as DX4477?
Yes, this is the email I sent to the Apple executive team on June 30 asking for permission to do these things.
Oh, and Your Honor, I would offer DX4477 into evidence.
Anything?
No.
All right. Mr. Sweeney, this morning during the opening, there was a reference to a side letter that counsel indicated Epic might seek. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Turn, if you would, please, to DX4477 and tell me, if you can, whether or not Epic was asking for a special deal in this document.
Epic was asking for two things. First of all, permission to operate a store and payment service, and then I asked, I expressed hope that Apple would make these features available to all developers.
I'm sorry. Let's have you start over again on your answer. I think the court reporter. I would like it maybe nice and slow.
My purpose of my letter was two things. First of all, to ask for permission for Epic to release a store and user-owned payment service on iOS. And second, to express the hope that Apple would make these features available to all developers.
Where in the letter is there a reference to Epic asking to have these features made available to all developers?
In the fourth paragraph, I say, we hope Apple will also make these options equally available to all iOS developers in order to make software sales and distribution on the iOS platform as open and competitive as it is on personal computers.
What was the purpose of the reference to side letter in this document, DX4477?
My understanding is Epic was under a contract with Adhesion, a non-negotiable contract, and before essentially going to war with Apple over the policies, I felt that Epic should make all attempts because in order to seek an agreed resolution to our concerns.
Your Honor, move to strike as a legal statement of legal conclusion.
Overruled. He can testify to his belief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's talk about Project Liberty. What was Project Liberty?
Project Liberty was the code name used internally within Epic to refer to our overarching effort to challenge Apple and Google's smartphone policies.
When did Project Liberty start?
The idea for Project Liberty developed throughout 2019. We began making significant planning and preparation for it in early 2020, around the end of the first quarter of 2020 had made a plan of record to pursue Project Liberty and to challenge Apple and Google.
And did Epic make any preparations in connection with Project Liberty?
Yes, we spent many months on extensive preparation throughout many different parts of our company.
Why?
Because we were challenging the two most powerful companies in the world, and it would have been foolish to do anything else.
Let's talk about what happened on August 13th, 2020. What happened on that day with regard to the Fortnite app on iOS?
Epic had prepared a hotfix. It's the server-side.
Hold on a second. The court reporter, I think, didn't quite get that.
Hotfix,
which is a server-side configuration change made by Epic, which instructs the Fortnite software that was already on users' devices to change its configuration in some way. We make a lot of hotfixes, but this one was very unlike all of the others, in that this hotfix enabled Epic's direct payment system to become available on iOS. What we did at 5 a.m. Eastern Time on August 13th, 2020.
Let's stop there for a moment. Let me just ask you to tell the court what a server-side change means.
Certainly, a server-side change or hotfix is a common technique used by developers to update their apps without submitting a new version to the iOS app review process. It's commonly used to update minor features of an app. For example, to update the Fortnite catalog of items that are available. It changes daily. It can make other configuration changes. A hotfix does not involve installing new code on an iOS device. Rather, it relies on just giving the existing code on the iOS devices new instructions on what it should display.
Were there any pricing actions?
You agree that it wasn't a minor feature, right? You agree?
Yes, absolutely. The introduction of Epic Direct Payment was a very major change.
Right. So even though hotfixes are used for minor features, you used it for a different purpose.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Did you understand that the hotfix was in violation of Apple's terms and conditions?
Yes, the hotfix turned on Epic Direct Payment, which we understand was in direct violation of Apple's terms.
And you understood that prior to August 13th, 2020?
Yes.
Why did why did Epic plan deliberately to violate Apple's rules?
To show the world through action exactly what the ramifications of Apple's policies were. Because I thought it was very easy to mistake Apple's business model for just software distribution. Whereas I wanted the world to see that Apple exercises total control over the availability of all software on iOS, and that users that control and can use that control to deny users access to apps that have things that they...
Mr. Sweeney, at this time, before you did this, did you contact the lawyers who had already sued Apple on the same topic? The lawyers who were representing a class of developers? Did you contact them?
I don't know if the council contacted them or not. I wasn't involved in any contact.
But you knew that there was a lawsuit already on behalf of all developers against Apple, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just ignored that and went forward on your own.
Did Epic take any pricing action on August 13th, 2020?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court?
Yes, so at the same time we introduced this hotfix on iOS, we introduced a different hotfix on other platforms, implemented what we call the Fortnite Mega Drop, which represented an approximately 20% price drop in the price of Fortnite items offered to users for sale, with the distinction on iOS and Android platforms being that users who use Epic's direct payment system could purchase items at Epic's new discounted rates, whereas customers who use Apple's in-app purchase system or Google's were offered the previous rates that had been in effect before the price drop.
Was there any relationship between the Mega Drop and the implementation of the hotfix on iOS?
Yes, I wanted to demonstrate to the world that Epic was using direct payment in order to pass on savings to consumers on iOS and Android. So that the correlation between these 30% platform fees or commissions and consumer prices was made abundantly clear.
Approximately how many hours after the hotfix that put Epic Direct Pay onto iOS was activated did Apple remove Fortnite or delist it from the App Store?
My recollection, which is a bit spotty, is between 7 and 9 hours between a release of the hotfix in Apple removing Fortnite from distribution.
Was there any impact on Fortnite users as a result of that delisting?
Yes. Users who did not have Fortnite on their devices were not able to install Fortnite on theirs. And users who did have a working version of Fortnite on iOS were able to continue using it, but could not upgrade to a latest version.
Do you know whether, subsequent to the implementation of the hotfix, any users actually transacted any business through Epic Direct Pay?
Yes.
And do you know whether, have you learned of any security issues that their use of Epic Direct Pay introduced onto any iOS device?
No.
Do you know of any security issues that the hotfix itself introduced onto any iOS device?
No.
Did Apple take any other steps after removing Fortnite from the App Store in relation to Epic as a result of the hotfix?
Yes. Apple also sent Epic a letter saying that they would remove our access to Apple platforms, meaning both iOS and Mac, which course, would deprive us of the ability to develop software for those platforms.
And what is the status today of Epic's Direct Pay on the iOS devices that had it in place as of August 13th, 2020?
So at the time we introduced the hotfix, we offered both Apple's payment service and Epic's side by side. About 2 weeks later, Apple removed Epic's access to use Apple's in-app purchase system, and so users who still had Fortnite on their devices at that point were only able to make purchases using Epic's direct payment system.
Can users, iOS users who had the Fortnite app on their devices as of August 13th, 2020, engage in play today for interaction with Fortnite users on any other device, such as an Xbox or a PlayStation or an Android?
No. All Fortnite users in a session need to be on the same version of Fortnite. So they have the latest version of the Fortnite world and the latest content. And so when Apple removed Epic's ability to update Fortnite, and Epic had issued the next season launch for Fortnite, all the players on other platforms could get the latest version and moved on, while iOS players were left behind on the old version. They were only compatible with other iOS players, and so those iOS players can now only play with other iOS players.
Did any consumers respond to the availability of Epic's Direct Pay on iOS on August 13th, 2020?
Yes.
One moment, please. Well, I have no further questions, Your Honor. At this time, the witness is turned over for cross-examination.
Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, sir.
I have looked at you through a Zoom screen, and now I'm looking at you through 4 pieces of plastic, but we will muddle through. I would just like to start with a couple of points that Ethics Counsel raised with you. The first one being one of the last points, which was about the 20% mega drop that was on August 13th, 2020. You recall that topic?
Yes.
And you testified, at least as I heard it, that the reason that this 20% price drop was made was to show the correlation between the 30% platform fee and price pressure. Is that right?
I think I said specifically our goal was to demonstrate on smartphones that removal of the platform fees result in savings on smartphones. I'm sorry. I believe I said that we wanted to demonstrate to smartphone owners that removing the platform fees resulted in savings to them.
And after the hotfix was implemented, as you've already noted, Apple took Fortnite off the store, correct?
Yes.
And Fortnite continued to be available on, for example, Microsoft Xbox, PlayStation, and Sony PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch, correct?
Yes.
And each of those, the players on each of those consoles receive a 20% price discount on all V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
But Epic continued to pay a 30% commission to Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft, correct?
Yes.
So the fact that there was a 20% decrease in price had nothing to do with the elimination of a 30% commission on any of those 3 platforms, correct?
Correct. We subscribed to the idea of subsidized hardware and felt that we were a beneficiary of that and wanted to support that.
But there were two reasons why you lowered the prices, right? One was for a public relations campaign to back up your Project Liberty plot against Apple, correct?
We wanted to demonstrate the savings. Yes, we explained it to the public CPI.
And the other was to try and create some excitement around buying making more in-app purchases within Fortnite because you were concerned that interest in the game was flagging over the long run, correct?
The first part, correct. The second part is that.
And you continue today to pay 30% commissions to Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony, correct?
Yes.
And the price of V-Bucks continues to be 20% lower than it was on August 12, 2020, correct?
Yes.
We also heard quite a bit about Unreal Engine.
Yes.
And I'd like to read you a few statements from counsel for Epic at the August 19, 2020 scheduling hearing, and I would like you to tell me whether you agree with these statements. First of all, Unreal Engine is not party to the same contractual arrangements with Apple that are applicable to Fortnite. Is that a true statement?
Yes, that's my understanding.
It's a different company. Is that a true statement?
I think my understanding is the Unreal Engine software distributed on iOS is distributed to different companies than Epic Games Incorporated.
And that company is in Switzerland, correct?
Yes.
And again, quoting counsel, the Unreal Engine has nothing to do with the Apple App Store. Is that statement correct?
I think there are relationships between the Unreal Engine and the Apple App Store. We power apps that are on the Apple App Store.
So in other words, Unreal Engine is a game engine, is that right?
Unreal Engine is used for games and other non-gaming usage in enterprise applications.
It's something that developers use in creating games or other applications. It's not a consumer-facing product, correct?
That's right.
And again, quoting counsel, it has nothing to do with Epic Pay, correct?
Correct.
It's really apples and oranges, Fortnite versus Unreal Engine, correct?
Unreal Engine is the engine that powers Fortnite, but they are separate products. Fortnite is for consumers, Unreal Engine is for developers.
And just to be clear, there is no Unreal Engine app for Unreal Engine itself on iOS, correct?
That's right. There are several Unreal Engine related tools on iOS, but they are not the main Unreal Engine editor app. It runs on Windows and Mac.
And to be clear, as of today, Unreal Engine continues to have access to all of Apple's developer tools, and it continues to support developers who are making apps for iOS, correct?
Yes, of course.
And one of the reasons that Unreal Engines is a successful business is because it helps developers to create apps for 8 different operating platforms, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, it creates a place where developers can tap into your company, Unreal Engine, your other company's expertise, in order to write apps for a variety of operating systems so that they don't have to try and untangle the differences among those 8 different platforms, correct?
Yes, the developers do have to do some work specific to the platforms that they are releasing products on. We eliminate much of the work, but not all of it.
And early on in your testimony, and actually I'm going to go back now to the Epic opening statement. Counsel for your company said that this case is not about the purchase of paid apps, it's only about in-app purchases. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, Epic doesn't challenge Apple's right to take a fee for the distribution of these paid apps.
So if an app requires payment when it's downloaded, Epic has no quarrel with that.
The paid app, then yes.
And Epic has no quarrel with a 30% commission being charged on paid apps, correct?
We certainly do have a quarrel if Apple prevents the existence of competing app stores, which would provide comparative pressure to discount prices. But if there were comparative app stores on iOS and Epic, wouldn't have any dispute with that approach.
And Mr. Sweeney, let's focus on my question. Epic does not dispute that Apple may charge a 30% commission on paid app downloads, correct?
To the extent the iOS platform were open competing stores that could offer other deals, Epic doesn't any of Apple's payment processing rates.
So your only issue with Apple, more broadly than in-app purchases, is that you wish that Apple permitted other stores in the App Store, correct?
The Apple permitted other stores in the App Store. The Apple permitted other stores on the iOS platform, including stores that could be installed from the web, and that Apple allowed competing payment processing methods in-apps in the iOS App Store.
So along with permitting other stores within Apple Store, you would want Apple to permit other stores to be side-loaded into the iOS environment.
Yes.
You own a controlling interest in Epic Games, is that correct?
Yes. My understanding is currently that my shareholding may be the controlling shareholding.
What?
My understanding is my holdings of Epic stock may be the controlling shareholder in Epic.
Okay.
And Epic was recently valued at $28.7 billion, correct?
Yes.
And I believe we've heard this already, but I just want to be clear. You set the overall strategy for the company as CEO, correct?
Yes.
And you set the overall strategy in terms of this lawsuit that's been brought in this court, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, Epic joined Apple's developer program in 2010. Correct?
Thereabouts, yes.
And that you do recall, and it's in your proposed findings of fact, that Epic joined the Apple developer program in 2010. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And at that time, Epic signed the developer license agreement, the developer license agreement, and a contract known as, let me start over. At that time, Epic signed an Apple developer agreement, correct?
I don't have a recollection of the specific contracts that were in place at that time. I agree that Epic signed the required contract with Apple.
All right. And you would have you wouldn't question that one is an Apple developer agreement, and then the second is a developer program license agreement, correct?
Yes.
And you understand the Apple developer agreement, it makes tools available for people who simply want to learn to write iOS apps?
Yes.
And you know that license is free for the person who enters into it, correct?
I think so.
And as to these licenses, and in particular the DPLA, which again would be the acronym for Developer Program License Agreement, as the name suggests, that's a license agreement, isn't it?
Yes.
And you understand that Epic has licensed Apple's intellectual property through that agreement, correct?
Yes.
And that license has limitations and restrictions on what Epic can do with Apple's intellectual property, correct?
Yes.
And that includes, under that license, Apple software, including its SDKs, APIs, and other developer tools, right?
Yes.
Now, the first game that Epic put on iOS or made available in the App Store was Infinity Blade. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that a paid app?
Yes.
And at the time, well, do you recall that Apple first made in-app purchase available in 2009?
Yes.
And that would have been before you joined the developer program, correct?
Yes.
And you recall that at the time you signed those contracts that Apple prohibited at that time in 2010, a store within a store? A store within a store?
I think that was true of software stores within a store, but not necessarily other types of stores.
And you would agree, Mr. Sweeney, that at the time you became a member, or Epic became a member of the developer program, that Apple also prohibited the use of alternative payment processors, correct?
My understanding is that is true with respect to the purchase of digital goods that can be consumed in app.
So your complaints here today, as I understand them, are Apple's charging a commission on in-app purchases, Apple's prohibiting Epic from putting a store within the App Store or sideloading one onto iOS, and Apple's requirement that all payments be made using its commerce technology, correct? Those are your 4 complaints?
Yes.
Now, all 4 of those limitations have been in the Apple DCLA and guidelines since 2009, correct?
I don't have any reason to question that.
Now, before Epic signed these contracts with Apple, you had your lawyers look at them, correct?
Yes.
And they reviewed them, and you discussed the terms with them before you signed the contracts, correct?
I never always reviewed them. I know I was aware of them before we signed the contract.
And after understanding the terms and after conferring with counsel, Epic chose to enter into those contracts in 2010, right?
Yeah.
Epic didn't raise any objections with Apple about the contracts at the time, did it?
No.
And Epic didn't dispute that Apple had the right to decide what apps it put in its App Store, did it?
And I criticized that position numerous times in over the past decade. Certainly Epic, when it signed the agreement, hadn't made formal objections to the terms.
So in other words, at the time you signed the contract, you didn't voice any complaint or have any dispute with Apple directly about its right to decide what apps it placed in its App Store, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I know we did not attempt to renegotiate that term of the contract.
And Epic didn't object to the 30% commission charged by Apple on sales of digital content through the App Store, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, in August 2020, we've heard a little bit about Project Liberty and a little bit about what motivated you, but let's speak plainly. In August 2020, you, as a shot caller at Epic, chose to intentionally breach your contract with Apple, correct?
Yes.
And again, so we're sure of what this involved, you put undisclosed code in a bill with Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
With the goal that it would not be discovered by Apple through the app review process, right?
Yes.
That's part of why you made it a server-side trigger, so that it couldn't be found when you submitted the build, right?
Yes.
And Epic used that code weeks later to place an alternative payment function in Fortnite, correct? The Epic Direct Pay function?
Yes.
So that payments could be made directly to Epic Games, right?
Yes, through a payment processor like using.
And Epic could avoid its contractual obligation to pay Apple a commission, correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time you did that it would lead to the removal of Epic from the developer program, right?
I wasn't certain of that. I was very aware of the possibility of it and even the likelihood of it, but I was not completely certain that Apple would respond by removing Fortnite.
You hope maybe they give in to the pressure given the popularity of Fortnite, right?
I hope Apple would seriously reconsider its policy then and there.
And in fact, Apple has given you the opportunity and has left the opportunity open for Epic to come back into the App Store simply by coming into compliance with its contractual obligations during the pendency of this litigation. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
But you have chosen not to take that path, correct?
That's right.
Let's go back in time. Let's change topics here and go back in time. We'll come back to Project Liberty later in time. But back in the 1990s, Epic began distributing games for other developers, correct?
We began publishing games for other developers.
And the commission that you were charging at that time, or rather the royalties that you paid the developers. So let me start over because I have now conflated two things. The royalty that Epic paid developers for the games that it published was 40%, correct?
Yeah.
Meaning that Epic retained 60% of the revenue, correct?
Yes.
And that was a good deal in your eyes for the developers in that era. Is that true?
Yes.
And Epic maintained that 60-40 revenue share for all of its publishing work until at least 2008, correct?
I believe the efforts for publishing third-party games were wound down in 1997 to 1999.
And your own contract with the publisher?
Yes, at that point, Epic had shifted away from publishing other companies' products to developing products internally.
And at 60-40, the revenue share offered by Epic was in fact better than the typical game publisher paid developers, wasn't it?
Yes.
The typical arrangement was that the publisher kept 70 to 85% of the revenue. Is that right?
Yes.
And that the developer received 15 to 30%. Correct?
Yes.
Now, I know, sir, from our past discussions, you're familiar with a digital game transaction platform called Steam.
I'm aware of the PC game store called Steam.
And that's owned by a company called Valve, is that right?
Yes.
And Steam is a digital game store, as you say, that sells games for PCs.
PC and Mac.
Okay, and just so the record's clear, those are the two platforms for which it sells games, PCs and Macs.
And also Linux.
Linux, that's the Linux operating system.
Yes.
And Steam began business in 2003, correct?
That's my recollection.
And Steam offered developers a much different revenue share than game publishers did at the time, right?
Steam offered, yes, a better revenue share for developers and publishers.
And that revenue share was that developers received 70% of the revenue, correct?
Yes.
And that Steam kept 30%, right?
Yes.
And Steam was the first digital game distribution or digital game transaction platform to have any sort of large-scale commercial success, right?
Steam was the first really mainstream, successful PC game store.
And any type of digital game store, correct? Not just PC. It was the first commercial success as a digital game platform, correct?
You know where to go to look?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Yeah, you should go to the windows that are near the elevator.
Was the first
Mind that you don't have
mainstream successful
interaction with you. Try not to listen to what you're doing.
Platform.
Might be better to go down the floor, frankly.
Might be better
Now,
to
after
go down.
Steam launched in 2003,
And I'm willing to do that if you're
other
looking.
digital game transaction platforms soon followed, correct?
Yes.
Xbox Live Marketplace launched in 2005. Do you recall that?
Yes, or thereabouts.
And some PlayStation Store launched in that same time frame?
I think it's several years later, but generally, yes.
Well, 2000. If I told you 2006, would that refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to disagree.
And the Nintendo game store opened in that same time frame, correct?
Yes.
In each of those stores, Xbox Live, Sony PlayStation Store, and the Nintendo Store, they each offered the same 70-30 revenue share that Steam did, correct?
That's my understanding.
And other digital game stores came online during that same period and also charged a 30% commission, sending 70% of the revenue to the distributor, correct? Excuse me, the developer, correct?
I'm not aware of other game stores that came online before 2010, but they certainly did following 2010.
So we know, for instance, that Google Play came online in 2009, correct?
Oh, yes, you're right.
And it charged 70-30, correct?
Yes.
And still does today?
Yes.
And by the way, we'll get there. And then, of course, you know that the Apple App Store also launched in 2009, correct?
Yes.
Now, Epic, just again recapping here, Epic currently offers Fortnite on the PlayStation Store, correct?
Yes.
And the Xbox Game Store, is that right?
Yes.
And Nintendo Game Store?
Yes.
And the Samsung Galaxy Store?
Yes.
As well as the Epic Game Store?
Yes.
And GeForceNow.com?
Yes.
And on GeForce, there was discussion about whether or not there was a streaming opportunity currently on iOS, and I understood your testimony to be that it would soon go into beta testing for iOS. Did I have that correct?
Understanding of a couple of months ago.
Okay. And it was supposed to launch in April, right?
Just about last year, and it's been gone through several delays.
Well, we can find out about that maybe tomorrow when NVIDIA's here. Now, Mr. Sweeney, where does the game, on what platforms does the game Fortnite currently stream through GeForce Now?
It currently streams to PC and Mac.
And you're proud of your game, Fortnite?
Yes.
And you would not present it on a platform or through a service that would in any way denigrate the reputation of the game?
Well, with respect to these video streaming platforms, Epic has generally supported all of them in order to foster the development of this industry. But in those services, my experience is it works well for some customers and doesn't work for others.
And what I heard you say is when you have a good internet connection, it can be a pretty good experience, right?
Yeah, when you have a great internet connection, it can be a great experience.
And you wouldn't be putting the game on a service that didn't provide a great experience for the users, correct?
Well, these services are experimental. They provide a great service for some users and terrible service for other users, and the users pretty quickly cross in or out based on that.
And you would agree with me that some of the largest, most well-funded companies in the world have each launched game streaming services, correct?
Yes, Google and Microsoft and NVIDIA.
And Amazon as well, correct?
Yes.
And that's Luna, the Amazon streaming service?
I think so.
Let's talk about PlayStation and Sony for a moment.
Can I ask, does Tencent stream as well?
Mr. Sweeney, does Tencent stream as well? Do they have a streaming service?
Not that I'm aware of. It's possible they have a service like this in China, but I've not seen it.
Okay, thank you.
And Tencent is the largest game distributor in the world, is that fair?
Yes, I understand.
And Tencent owns 40% of Epic Games?
Understanding is the ownership number is something like 37% Fortnite.
Okay.
And does Tencent still have 2 seats on your board?
Yes.
And you're the chairman of the board, correct?
Yes.
Now, turning to PlayStation, the Sony PlayStation is the largest platform for Fortnite by revenue, correct?
Yes.
Audio.
About $6 billion through the end of 2020, just from Fortnite in-app purchases?
Yeah, but that's not good.
Your lifetime?
Yes. Since launch.
Yes.
And that is out of about $13.1 billion made on in-app purchases through Fortnite in total, correct? Through the end of 2020.
In very rough terms, yes.
And over the last year or so, since early 2020, Sony has made 2 different investments in Epic Games, correct?
Yes.
Totaling about $450 million.
Yes.
Someone will.
And that puts again an ownership interest of between 1 and 2%.
NP, I think she means Nicole.
That's my understanding.
And we've already established that Sony charges Epic a 30% commission on all in-app purchases made through the PlayStation Store, correct?
Yes.
And if you can, sir, what I'd like to do is put up a chart to help us kind of sort through these different platforms.
I'd love it if
Mr.
people,
Spaulding?
spoken complete
And you see that in front of you, sir? And on the left, we have the 3 console makers, correct?
Just so that
Yes.
there's no.
And then what I'd like to do is we discuss each of them and talk about their commission structure, whether or not they permit sideloading, and whether or not each of these platforms require that their internal integrated commerce technology be used to administer in-app purchases. All right?
No, I think Angie is the courtroom
So with Sony, we've already established that it charges a 30% commission.
I didn't catch her name this morning.
And Sony does not permit sideloading.
Actually,
correct?
when I saw
Any
her.
game on an Xbox to be digitally distributed must be made through the PlayStation Store, correct?
Yes.
And all in-app purchases must be made using Sony's integrated commerce technology, correct?
Yes.
Sony does not permit Epic Direct Pay, does it?
Not on PlayStation.
And Sony does not permit any alternative payment mechanism on PlayStation, correct?
Correct. Noting that purchases made on other platforms are still honored on PlayStation.
You're not talking about cross-wallet type transactions?
Yes.
We'll come back to that, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, no, I'm referring to cross-progression. If you buy an outfit on Xbox, you own it on PlayStation.
All right. And let's be clear so the record's clear. When we say that transactions on other platforms may be honored in PlayStation, you're referring to cross-progression.
Yes. Progression of in-app ownership status rather than currency.
And you're not referring to currency purchased on other platforms because Sony will not permit the use of currency bought on other platforms in Sony PlayStation, correct?
Yes.
We'll get to that in a minute. Turning to Xbox, the Xbox, of course, is owned by Microsoft.
Yes.
And Epic Games has been distributing games through the Xbox since about 2006.
Yes.
And Epic has earned about $3.5 billion from in-app purchases through Fortnite on Xbox, correct? And again, that's through the end of 2020.
In my understanding, it's roughly...
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. In my understanding, yes.
And Microsoft charges Epic a 30% commission on all in-app purchases, true?
Xbox, yes.
And
there's no...
On Xbox, correct, sir?
Yes.
And Microsoft collects the money through its integrated commerce technology, correct?
On Xbox, yes.
And it sends 70% of that money to Epic and keeps the other 30%, right?
On Xbox, yes.
And Microsoft does not permit sideloading on Xbox, correct?
Correct.
And Microsoft requires that its integrated technology be used for all in-app purchases. True?
Yes.
And Microsoft does not permit an Epic Direct Pay option on Xbox, does it?
No.
And turning to the Nintendo Switch, and Fortnite is available on the Nintendo Switch.
Yes.
And we've seen it. That's a mobile device as well as one that can be plugged into a television.
Yes.
And that was released in the summer of 2018. The product itself, the Switch, is that right?
Sorry, don't remember.
Do you recall when Fortnite first became available on the Nintendo Switch?
I believe that was late 2018.
And Nintendo charges Epic a 30% commission on all in-app transactions, correct?
Yes.
And Nintendo does not permit sideloading, correct?
Correct.
And Nintendo requires that its integrated commerce technology be used for all in-app purchases, right?
Yes.
It does not permit Epic Direct Pay, an Epic Direct Pay option, does it?
No.
And through the end of 2020, Nintendo had accounted for about $1.1 billion of Epic Fortnite revenue, right?
I'm not ready.
And as to each of these contracts with Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo, presumably you had lawyers review those contracts, right?
Yeah.
And after evaluating their terms, you signed those knowingly and willingly, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I do have some questions on Samsung, but given the sealing order, perhaps I can work around that and come back to it first thing in the morning or end of the day, whatever would best suit.
So let's just do it either at the beginning or at the end.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it may be best to do it at the end of today so that once we get the phone lines up, we don't have to worry about it. How much time is that involved?
I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Sweeney, as for Apple charges the same 30% commission as the other three platforms we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And like all the others other than Android, Apple does not permit sideloading, does it?
Okay, can you repeat that?
Sure. On iOS, Apple does not permit sideloading, does it?
Correct.
And so in that way, it's consistent with the other three platforms we've discussed, correct?
With respect to the items in this chart, yes.
And in that vein, Apple's requirement that its integrated technology be used for in-app purchases is consistent with the other platforms we've discussed, correct?
With respect to in-app purchases used for digital goods that are consumed in-app, my understanding is yes.
And the amount of revenue earned on in-app purchases by Epic through the Apple App Store is less, far less, than Sony or Microsoft and less than Nintendo as well, correct?
My rough understanding is it's roughly half of the revenue on Switch.
Okay. And earlier today, you testified that a 30% commission is really significant and has impacted Epic's pricing decisions. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you have paid a 30% commission on over $12 billion that you have earned through Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. Correct?
In that one, yes.
And so the impact of a 30% commission is far more significant on Epic's pricing decisions based on those platforms than anything to do with iOS through August 2020, right?
Yes. With respect to current and past revenue, not with respect to expectations of future revenue.
The metaverse.
Yes, billion user platform, if you could imagine. I'm sorry, a billion user platform, if you could imagine it.
Let's talk about Fortnite for a few minutes. Fortnite was Epic's first game using in-app purchases, right?
Yeah, certainly. We may have introduced in-app purchases at one point when Infinity Blade.
You're mumbling again, sorry.
Okay. I'm not sure. We may have introduced them into Infinity Blade at some point.
Well, we can agree that it's the first memorable game you generated with in-app purchases, right?
For me, yes.
And we have not yet used the term freemium here. Are you familiar with the term freemium?
Yes.
And a freemium game is one that is free to download, but then payments or purchases can be made over the course of the game or the experience?
Yes.
And that's what Fortnite is, a freemium model game?
Yes.
And it's this freemium model game that has made Epic Games what it is today in terms of being a almost $30 billion company, correct?
Yes, I did a lot of the success to early decisions to make Fortnite Battle Royale available for free.
So if the revenue comes in when Battle Royale is offered for free with the opportunity to make in-app purchases, correct?
Yes.
Now, Epic launched on Xbox, PlayStation, PCs, and Mac. Let me start over. Epic launched Fortnite on Xbox, PlayStation, PCs, and Mac in 2017. Is that true?
Yes.
And one thing I didn't hear much discussion of is how this in-app purchasing works within Battle Royale and in the Fortnite environment. So let's talk about that for a moment. There's something called V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
And a player will use, I believe you call them real money transactions, to purchase virtual currency in the form of V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
And so a player of Fortnite will make a purchase using real money to get this virtual currency, and then that virtual currency is used to turn themselves into large pump bananas and to ride on sharks.
Bananas, yes, sharks, no.
Okay.
So that purchases made in Fortnite only affect the appearance of your character and not the capabilities in the game.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So these V-Bucks, once purchased, are then used to purchase skins and cosmetics and things within the Fortnite environment.
Yes.
So it's the sale of V-Bucks that generates the revenue for Epic Games, correct?
Yes.
And then it's the use of those V-Bucks on different skins and cosmetics that brings the player back to spend more real money purchasing more V-Bucks, correct?
Yes, if they like what they've gotten in the past, they'll probably get on.
It's fine.
Okay. Yes.
And just as a quick aside, you talked about, some different concerts that have been held in the Fortnite environment over the last couple of years. Did you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you monetize those experiences is by selling kind of thematic cosmetics to go along with the concerts, correct?
Yes.
What is the price range in real money for items that can be purchased with V-Bucks?
My understanding is they'll be between $1 and $20 for standalone items, but then we sometimes have bundles of multiple items which can go up to, I believe, $30 or $40. I'm not certain that all of it offers we've ever had.
Some may have been more.
Possibly.
And what does it cost Epic to generate a VBuck? What's the marginal cost of minting a new VBuck?
There's no cost to a VBuck. The cost in developing the software, but the VBucks themselves don't have a marginal cost.
And who sets the prices for the skins and cosmetics and bundles?
The Fortnite team in general.
And in terms of roles, who's involved in that task?
Nowadays, it's under the general responsibility of Epic President Adam Sexton, and then we have a business team who works on individual pricing of individual items.
So in your testimony, you discussed how prices had risen over the years as a result of this 30% commission. Do you recall that topic generally?
Yes.
Now, the commission has remained the same over the years, correct?
30% is still 30%.
30% has been 30% as really the industry standard from 2010 and before until today, correct?
30% is the most prevalent rate charged by these stores, and it was then or it is now.
So when we talk about the costs of cosmetics and skins and bundles rising, we're talking about pricing decisions made by the Epic team, correct?
Yes.
Not any rising commission pressure from any of the platforms, much less iOS. True?
Correct. Oh, yeah, with respect to these 30% commission.
Now, there was some discussion about cross progression earlier, and just to make sure we have all of our different cross disciplines well defined here. Cross progression, as I understand it, is when a player plays on, for example, an iOS device, and then later fires up Fortnite on their PC, and there they will find that their game progression and their identities and their purchases will all be there waiting for them, even though they're on a different device. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And cross progression is important to Epic because a significant percentage of Fortnite players play Fortnite on more than one type of device, correct?
I'm not sure of the percentage of Fortnite players who play on multiple devices.
Well, you know it's a significant fraction, don't you?
Don't know what fraction it is.
Well, why don't we take a look? Well, let me ask you a couple more questions first, actually. You mentioned in your testimony the analytics group.
Yes.
And what does the analytics group or team do for Epic?
They track the usage of our products through a variety of metrics, such as, in the case of Fortnite, playtime, spending, dozens of other statistics that help with development.
And does that? And you mentioned that group circulates periodic reports and updates, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And do they use the Epic Fortnite user data in part to generate those reports?
And these analytics are the result of aggregate data on usage only. Our general philosophy is to track as little personal data about users as we absolutely need to run our business.
Because privacy is important to you.
Yes.
And you don't want to do anything that will put your users' privacy in peril, correct?
Yes.
That's a personal concern of yours.
Yes.
What I'd like to do, sir, if I may, Your Honor, is hand up a binder with some exhibits in it and then walk through a few of them.
Can you give me the numbers, Mr. Dorn?
Yes, Your Honor. DX5535, Your Honor. And Mr. Sweeney, if you could please look at the tab for DX5535, I think you'll find that these documents are in number order.
Are you bringing it on the screen?
Yes. Not that that's done any of us a lot of good, Your Honor, but we'll try and enlarge it as best we can on the screen. Mr. Sweeney, do you have Exhibit 5535 in front of you?
Or should we reject it?
Yes.
Ms. Faulkner?
Your Honor, yes, foundation.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, you have this exhibit in front of you? Yes. And do you recognize it as an Analytics Insight Weekly Report from internally at Epic Games? Yes. And what is an Analytics Insight Weekly Report at Epic?
This is a status report from the analytics team reporting findings about our various products.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 5535 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Mr. Sweeney, directing your attention to key insights from analytics the past week at the very top. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is for the week of February 4, 2020, correct? Yes. So this was a time when Fortnite was on iOS, correct?
Yes.
And it was on Android, but only through sideloading, correct?
I'm not taking that as the state. We went into Google Play at some point in early 2020, but I'm not sure when.
Fair enough. And the analytics group states in the first bullet point, the second bullet point, that Fortnite players who play on mobile are the most likely to play on other platforms. First of all, do you agree with that statement?
I don't have any independent understanding of it.
Okay. And your analytics group reported for the week of February 4th, 2020, that Fortnite players who play on mobile are the most likely to play on other platforms, and in approximately 38%. Do you see that?
Yes.
And would you expect your analytics group to be circulating accurate information to you and others?
I'm not sure if this was circulated to me, but yeah, generally I would, but I don't know the nature of the statistics.
But so when the analytics group sent around an Analytics Insights Weekly Report, you expected it to be accurate, correct?
I'd be very upset if it were not accurate.
And you expected your employees to be able to rely on this type of document in performing their jobs, correct?
Yes.
Another feature of Fortnite that you discussed with counsel was the fact that different players on different devices could play with each other. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you call that?
That's called cross-play or cross-platform play.
And it's your understanding that where you have cross-platform play, the players tend to stay longer on the game?
Yes.
And when there's cross-platform play, the players tend to make more purchases and spend more money within the Fortnite environment, correct?
Yes.
And so the cross-platform play is good for Epic's bottom line, correct?
Yes.
And Fortnite also permits players to buy V-Bucks on one transaction platform and then use the currency on another. We talked about this as cross-wallet. Is that correct?
Yes, we support that to the extent that the various platforms allow it.
And so in that instance, with a player purchases V-Bucks on their Xbox, those same V-Bucks could be used by that player when they play Fortnite on their iPhone or iPad, correct?
I'm sorry, what's the first part of the question?
Sure, no worries. If a player purchased V-Bucks on their Microsoft Xbox, they could then use those V-Bucks in playing on their iOS device, at least before August 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
And when V-Bucks are purchased on one transaction platform and then used on another, only one of those platforms receive a commission from Epic, correct?
Yes.
And that's the platform on which the V-Bucks were purchased, true?
Yes. Sorry, with one exception, in the case of Sony PlayStation, in which Sony terms provide that in certain circumstances, Epic would have to pay additional revenue to Sony.
Now, Sony doesn't permit cross-wallet transactions, does it?
No, Sony does not permit cross-wallet transactions.
And what you're referring to is that before Sony would agree to cross-platform play, they required Epic to agree that if people started playing too much on other platforms rather than their PlayStations, that Epic would pay them compensation for that. Correct?
Is the first word in your sentence play or pay?
I wish I could tell you. Let me try again. Mr. Sweeney, under Epic's contract with Sony, it must pay Sony if for cross-platform play, if the cross-platform play starts weighting too much towards other platforms among PlayStation users, correct?
Not exactly. Sony has a policy that requires if the ratio of payments across platforms for a given PlayStation user gets out of sync with the playtime, then we have to pay them commission on other platform revenue. So if somebody primarily were playing on PlayStation but paying on iPhone, then this might trigger compensation to Sony.
So to summarize the Sony issue, as you mentioned in your direct testimony, Sony did not originally agree to permit cross-platform play, correct?
Yes, as of early 2017, Sony did not permit cross-platform play with mobile devices or other consoles.
So, over the course of negotiating an agreement through which Sony agreed to cross-platform play, Epic had to agree to pay an additional commission to Sony under certain circumstances, correct? On top of the 30% that Sony was already taking before sending Epic the 70% balance, correct?
Yes.
So, I just have a notice that we might have lost the public line. And given that we might have just lost the public line, perhaps now is a good time to deal with the sealed issues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you would have done it about now anyway. Let me just say a couple of things before we go into the sealed session. One is, for those reporters, and I guess Mr. Rodriguez, if you're still here, yes, coming tomorrow in both of the trial teams. You're picking a jury in this courthouse tomorrow, and that means the lines will be very long to get into the courthouse. Courthouse doors open at 7 a.m., and I understand you all have conference rooms. I would suggest that you come early so that we can get started on time. So that's just an FYI. The second thing, housekeeping, and I think this worked. I don't know. I left the bench. But when we take our 40-minute break, these courtrooms get sealed. I would ask all the lawyers to leave so that my staff can actually leave the courtroom and have their lunch and, do what they need to do. So if you would make sure to leave so that they can get their break as well.
No, actually, the first down.
I think those were the two housekeeping issues. Also, I don't expect that you all want to hang around the courthouse very long after proceedings. But because of the number of restrictions we have happening, you really shouldn't be here past 4:30. It's the courthouse doors get locked. It's going to be difficult for you to get out. So at the end of the day, you may want to transition to what other war rooms you might have. Do you have any questions on these logistical issues?
Your Honor, I have one question, which is in terms of the overnight, should we clear everything out?
No, you don't need to. I have cleared my calendars. No one else is coming in here. Everything I'm going to do is by Zoom. I've got a criminal calendar here at 3:30, so which will mean we'll finish on time. But you can leave all of your stuff.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. If not, at this point, we'll go into sealed session. So I'll ask that the phone lines be moved out, and those members of the public that are in the courtroom, Ms. Nealon, Ms. Griffin.
You have been added to the waiting room.
Okay.
You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting.